defense for Maru to get on the wall, but nice top knees there, and Maru will try to exploit Kazumi's wall carry.
And I love how they reworked Kazumi in this latest patch to give her the cat kicks out of Fearless Warrior. It really did expand her moveset, but right now, Dojin's not allowing Maru to do any of that.
Ooh, gets the Beyblade spin out of that Starburst, and now he's going to maximize it. Nice Ira, just a sliver of health with Maru, spends the drive early on.
I love how Dojin is so well practiced with his mechanics. You know, something about the egos, it's really slept on, but now Maru still has a stick of health, but that teep kick there, Dojin's like,
No, stay there. And I think Dojin would have tried to exploit the wall splat mechanic for him to actually just chip away at the health. Tries to fish for an Orochi heal. Maru, though, finds himself out of that Sky Slash Nova.
Welcome to the National Season 3 Tekken Conference Group Stage, Day number 2. Ako nga pala ang inyong panel host. My name is Eliza Taylor. At kasama ko ang ating Tagalog casters, ang Kid Spice duo, si Poch Spice at ang aking Lodi Cakes na si Kid. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the pre-show. Lodi Cakes, kamusta ka naman?
I'm doing great, Eliza. Thank you so much for asking. You know, I'm saving all of my Tagalog for later because I'm gonna be putting Poch in a hot seat. Poch, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm more nervous now. Thanks, Kid. But
His
Eliza,
eyes.
super excited for today. Yeah, you saw that, right?
The eyes says everything, basically. Guys, 4 na araw na lang para sa ating group stage ang natitira. Kasama yung araw na ito, no? So again, papaalala ko lang para sa group stage, top 8 players lang at matatanggal yung bottom 2 natin. So napaka-importante na makuha na ng mga players natin yung kani-kanilang mga points. And speaking of points na yan, pakita natin yung standings ng ating mga players for our group stage. Looking at it, SMO Jules, siya ang pinaka nasa taas ngayon. 25 points, followed by Maru with 24 at triple tie on towards Coffee Prince, Hapon, and Machinehead. What are your thoughts about this, guys? Dalawang players from Omega ngayon ang nasa ating first half ng leaderboards natin. Umaakit talaga sila dito. Poch.
Yeah, I think, you know what, they revitalized their game plan coming into this new season. They were a little shy of the playoffs, and now they're back in full form. I think they kind of swapped with the Eagles, if you think about it.
That's definitely true, no? Wala tayong nakikita kahit isang agila or eagle dito sa ating player standings right now. But towards Coffee Prince na nung nagsimula tayo during the nationals natin, medyo nasa baba sila. Then, konti-konti, umangat pa konti-konti. And yung natitirang dalawang players natin from our current franchise like BRE Pro na si Maru and si Hapon ay nandito. Kamusta naman yung kanilang mga performances from the previous previous matches that we had or previous na nakita natin, Kid?
Oh, they're doing really good as far as I'm concerned. Let's look at the latter half of the standings real quick. what big differences there are. You can see that Jules and Maru, they both have 25 and 24 points respectively. However, here in the latter half, it's 17 and a triple tie for 18 and a triple tie for 17 between Kunicat, Jason, and AK, and Don Argus at the bottom. This is scary stuff for AK. What do you think, Poch?
Yeah, it's definitely a season where the competition is rising. So it only shows that AK's crown can be contested, but this is AK, the Wonder Boy himself, the young god, as you mentioned. So I have a feeling he's gonna put up a real good fight. Now, I'm really interested to see how Don Argus is gonna try to clutch this one out, because he's looking in a pretty scary spot, being the last spot here.
I mean, nakalabas siya during doon sa ating
Exactly.
'di ba? Sa
Correct.
play-ins natin. Nakalabas siya doon. This time around, makakalabas ba siya ulit doon sa ating lower 2 or bottom 2? And what do you think, guys? Sa tingin ko, feeling ko si AK, minimess up lang talaga nila yung talent predictions. So, yun lang yung pakiramdam ko. Feeling niya kasi na masyado nang nakukuha ni Poch, nakukuha na ni Kid masyado yung points. Kaya,
What?
iniisip nila
You,
na
Eliza?
dapat si Eliza at saka si Mika yung nasa taas. So, yun yung ginagawa ni AK. Sa tingin ko, yun talaga yun eh. Feeling ko lang talaga. Pero looking at it nga doon sa ating mga players right now, nakita natin, nagsastruggle si AK, yes. But at the same time, alam natin yung capability ng player na ito. Alam natin yung capability ng isang AK. And they are very much looking different from the previous seasons na nakita natin. Even Vermilion, 'di ba?
Yes.
Sa ating
Yeah.
ating standings. Nakita natin yung standings natin. Usually nakikita natin diyan si Vermilion, sina AK, but right now the tables have turned. Silipin naman natin yung ating mga most improved players. Let's talk about that. Kung sino-sino nga ba tong mga players na to, and napakadaming statistics nasa inyong screen right now, 'di ba? Ito yung ating tatlong players rather, which is si Jules from SMO, si Jason from LPE, at si Don Argus naman from Happy Feet Emperors. Looking at the stats right now, for Jason, nung season 1 siya, after 6 days, 25% win rate. And during season 3, which is ngayon, pagbabalik na sa The Nationals, 50% win rate. That's a plus 25 on his hand. And for
Yes.
SMO Jules naman, plus 18% dahil nga sa season 2 natin, 48% lang ang kanyang win rate, and during season 3 naman, meron siyang 66% win rate. Sa tingin nyo, bakit ganito kalaki yung jump dito sa first two players natin? Bakit plus 25 and plus 18 na napakalaking pagbabago mula doon sa kanilang playstyle? Watch, you go first.
Yeah, with Jason, I think the time off really helped him to get more perspective, to really come to full form in what kind of player he is. And also, him being paired up with AK seems like a match made in heaven for the two of them, for them to be able to hone their styles. So I think the time off plus him being picked up by Laos Playbook Eagles is one of the two of the factors how Jason is one of the most improved players here in the Nationals.
How about you, Kid?
Oh, I wanna point out Jules here, because he did have a 48% win rate on season 2, and in season 3 that's 66 plus 18%. He adjusted very well to the online play, and now he's dominating everyone here in Conference 3, and I can't wait to see even more of that performance from Jules.
Basically, kay Jules naman, no, nakausap ko actually yung kanilang coach na
Right.
si Star Magic Omega Pika. No, SMO Pika. No, I was just kidding. It's Smart Omega Pika. And kinausap ko siya, I asked him kung paano o bakit ganito kalaki yung improvement ni Jules. And tinanong ko din siya specifically kung naka-character bingo ba si Jules ngayon. Kasi we've seen him using different characters again and again. And sabi dito ni Coach Pika, the diversity helped Jules a lot in improving while
There
still
we go.
keeping his old characters in line. So nadagdagan yung kanyang characters, and aside from that, still proclaimed pa rin as a gen main for him, and 'di ba? And tinanong ko rin siya dito actually kung sino yung pinaka-excited siyang nakakatapat dito sa The Nationals. At ang sabi niya is si Machinehead. Kasi daw parang mirror daw sa kanya. And if you can remember, we also asked Jason kung sino yung excited siyang makatapat. Kung di ako nagkakamali, kung naalala ko siya ng tama. At sinabi niya rin na si Machinehead. So I just wanna ask, anong meron kay Machinehead, guys? Watch, anong meron sa kanya?
Hey, he's the number 1 pick player, right? He's the first drafted esports athlete here in the Philippines. And I think just people for sure wanted to bank on Machinehead because of how he performed in Season 1. He had a hiatus in Season 2. And just like Jason, I think he took that time to improve. But honestly, his performance was already so good that I have a feeling that if we do a statistic on that, it's just going to show the same numbers, that he's still a very game player here in the Nationals.
Very much top. But of course, let's not forget, we still have Don Argus, which is actually ang ating player din na dapat pag-usapan dito. No?
Yes.
Plus 10%. Mahirap. Grabe yung pinagdaanan ni Don Argus for Season 3. Knowing na from all the way from play-ins papunta dito. But let's show sa inyo kung ano ba ang ginagawa ni Don Argus. Bakit sa tingin nyo na nagbago tong lahat? Dahil Happy Feet Emperor's Don Argus finally has a new character also in his arsenal. So ngayon meron na siyang Eliza, which is kapangalan ko. And then Heihachi at si Lydia. A first new character after 1 year and 9 months. Imagine that, diba? So, ina-expect yung nakita nyo to. Ina-expect nyo ba na ilalabas na to or he's gonna go for the same way all over again? Kid, this time you go first.
Oh, you know, I've had a few little birdies tell me that Don Argus was switching things up a bit. Although of course, I'm not gonna reveal any of that until his matches come. But he does have a lot of things planned, and I'm honestly looking forward to it. And I'm telling you guys right now, you guys should also look forward to it because this is a new Don Argus we're looking at here.
Man, I'm so excited na makita yung kanyang mga matches for today, no? And speaking of matches for today, silipin din natin yung schedule natin para sa araw na ito. Kung hindi nyo pa nakikita sa ating The Nationals page, nandito rin sa inyong mga screen ang ating schedule. For the first half, we have unang-unang match natin, Vermilion versus Don Argus. Agad-agad na ibabato sa atin yan ng The Nationals. Susunod sina Jason, Vermilion, Don Argus versus Maru, Maru versus Jason, which is also a big factor din kung sisilipin natin kasi yung makakatapat ni Jason para sa araw na ito is Maru and Vermilion. So medyo mabigat din yung kanyang mga matches for today. And Machinehead versus Kunicat. Let's see yung ating second half ng schedule na yan dahil meron pa tayong second half. Ito naman ay Hapon versus Coffee Prince, Kunicat versus Coffee Prince, and Machinehead versus AK. I'm very excited to see this one, and AK against Jules. Dalawang players, or rather dalawang Smart Omega players ang makakatapat dito, ang makakatapat ni AK para sa araw na ito. Kaya guys, sino ba ang mga viewers natin anong match yung inaabangan nyo para sa araw na ito? I-comment nyo na yan sa ating comment section sa Facebook Live. Pero kayo, Kid and Poch, sino ang inaabangan nyo? You for Kid.
Oh, talagang nakakatakot ang mga matches ni AK ngayon because he's going up against both the Iron Walls, the Smart Omega's Machinehead, and Jules. And, considering AK's position right now, that's a tough feat because he's gonna have to beat both of them in order for him to stay at the top or stay and qualify for the playoffs. Poch, what about you?
Yeah, AK is a story that I want to follow too, but as Eliza mentioned, I do want to also follow the trail of Don Argus because he is going up against Vermilion and Maru, so that's a big task ahead of him. And he really wants to pull up the standings. And as you said, we might see some more characters, and that got me really excited, kid.
Speaking of yung Iron Wall of Defense, alam ko may pinapractice si Kid na mga Tagalog words mamaya Maririnig natin yan. Madami-dami pinang nilista si Lodi Cakes natin, no? So, silipin muna natin yung featured player of the day. Ang featured player natin para sa araw na ito ay walang iba kundi si Jason. Kalaban ang dalawa, sinabi ko na mabigat na mga players dito sa The Nationals, Maru and Vermilion. He's gunning for his first playoffs dito sa The Nationals, and I'm very excited to see how he will falter out dito sa mga players na to. Ano yung factor na madadala niya dito sa The Nationals, and looking at the statistics right now, current standing dito ni Jason is of course 7th with 50% win rate and 17 points currently. Para naman kay Vermilion, currently at 6th, so naghahabulan tong dalawang to. 50% win rate as well and 18 points on his hand. Para naman kay Maru sitting at the top, second, and the 66% win rate, 24 points. Ang kailangang habulin dito ng mga players natin, tandaan nyo guys, 4 na araw na lang ang group stage natin. So kasama na tong araw na to. So kung isipin natin, 3 days na lang ang natitira. And Jason, he needs basically to get 2 zeros para makuha yung 3 points na yan, para tumaas ng tumaas. But, itong katapat niya para sa araw na ito, which is si Vermilion and si Maru, tatanungin ko na kayo agad-agad kasi since napag-usapan naman na natin tong mga players na to, Kid and Poch, ano yung predictions nyo para sa dalawang matches na to with Jasen versus Vermilion and Jasen versus Maru? Just tell the score but not who's gonna win. Poch, ikaw muna.
2-1.
2-1? Okay.
2-1, yeah, 2-1. 2-1
No
all the way.
explanation. Yeah,
2-1
2-1 all the way. Okay, I see 2-1. Interesting. How about you, Kid?
2-1-2-0.
Oh.
Okay.
1-2-0. Now I'm curious to ask. Pero never mind. I want to play this game. So, you know what? Let's be surprised all together. Silip-silipin natin kung sino nga ba yung matu-2-0 at sino nga ba yung matu-2-1 na maya-maya lang according sa prediction ni Kid. And silipin naman natin yung match of the day natin, yung featured match para sa araw na ito ay of course between AK and Jules because the tables have turned. Si AK yung parang nagiging underdog ngayon dito sa laban na to, with Jules standing at first with 25 points and AK standing on the 7th with 17 points. Tayo sila ng kanyang teammate na si Jasen. And last season, kung babalikan natin, si Jules ay nasa 9th standing and si AK naman yung nasa 1st. What's the big shift on towards this one and what can you say about this featured match of the day, Kid?
Oh, that the tables have turned talaga no. So AK and Jules, it's something that a lot of people are looking forward to then. And you know, it's very uncharacteristic for us to see that AK is in the bottom half na. Specifically speaking, second to the last siya ngayon, and Jules is at the top. And he's never gonna stop. And you know, I don't really have anything else to say for this apart from let's look forward to this match because it's gonna be a slobber knocker. AK will fight his way up and Jules, let's see if he denies him.
Let's see if he denies him. How about you, Poch, no? Sa tingin mo, ano nga ba yung kailangan gawin ni AK dito? Kasi usually, nakikita natin ito nandito pa rin sa poll natin on towards the Nationals Facebook page. 69% still people are going for AK on this matchup and 31% naman para kay Jules. But as we look stats don't lie, basically, no? Nakikita natin yung points kung paano maglaro yung mga players natin. Bakit sa tingin mo during this time, AK is being on the lower half ng ating standings?
As we mentioned in previous cast, a lot of these players, they have been trying to have character diversity. I think AK has been stress testing some of his characters. Some have worked, some haven't. I really think he needs to go back to his old ways and just go back to the roster of characters that he normally uses for him to get that win. Because again, as you said, there's only 3 days left, not including today, and he needs more points on the board. He's at 7th, which is good. But again, you just want to make it to the playoffs. At this point, I don't think standings matter to him. He just needs to make it to the playoffs and by any means necessary for him. Whatever it takes.
Whatever it definitely takes para sa kanya, para umangat. And you talked about character loyalty also. And a lot of players, kagaya nga ni Jules, nagda-diversify na rin ang kanilang character. Si Don Argus, after 1 year and 9 months, nakakita tayo ng panibagong character. Does this help them out or does this not help them out? Kagaya nung nangyari sa sitwasyon ni Poch with AK, of course, na parang let's stick to the character, to the old characters. It works out. But the thing is, this is a long tournament that we have here.
Yes.
And may mga VODs tayo all throughout, even until Season 1, di ba? Nakikita ng mga players natin and sila rin yung nagkakatapat. Do you think it works out with character diversity or character loyalty? In your opinion lang, Kid.
Yeah, I feel like the format of this tournament is the number one thing about having multiple different characters is that even though you're really good at that certain character, everyone's gonna eventually figure you out. They're gonna know how you play, your patterns and stuff, and it's gonna stress you out how you're gonna change your playstyle. But if you bring out other characters, then that's a completely different story now. Like what we just saw with Don Argus, the Lydia, and Heihachi bring back.
Definitely true, no? How about you, Poch? Would you like to add on to this discussion about character diversity and loyalty as well?
Yeah, I think if you show your hand a little too early, people can figure you out. So that's something that these players are considering as well when they kind of hide their signature characters because of how you mentioned there's just so much documentation of the characters that you use. So it's actually a pretty good strategy bring out some characters that are quite high in the meta for them to be able to use to get them more points, and it all really matters in the playoffs, right?
Sabi nga ni Robbie Ray dito sa comment section, no, to be honest daw, hindi niya daw ma-imagine na hindi makakapasok si AK dito sa finals, no? So sabi niya, binibigyan niya lahat ng suporta, and everyone's just basically commenting or reply na rin kayo sa tanong ng The Nationals kung kaninong matchup ba yung inaabangan nila. And all I'm seeing here is SMO Jules versus AK LPE. Yun talaga ang kanilang inaabangan. And I know the two of you, ganun din, no?
Oh, yeah.
Alay nyo talaga,
Syempre.
it is just messing up with, wow, Poch. Is that Poch?
Mix up. Diversify right here.
Diversify, my
Too much
God.
VODs on English.
I watched your VODs, Poch, and I know all the words that you say, so this surprised me a lot. That's how the players should do. Surprise their opponents and win the matches that you want. Again, inuulit ko lang para sa The Nationals. 2-0 equivalent niyan ay 3 points. 2-1 naman ay 2 points para sa winner at 1 point para sa loser. Pero, yun na yun para sa ating panel show. Nakita na natin yung statistics na pag-usapan na natin to. So ngayon, para sa ating Tagalog casters na si Lodi Cakes Kid at kay Poch na maanghang, ipapasa ko na muna sa inyo para makita at mapanood na natin kung sino nga ba ang makakahabol sa mga points na to. Mahahabol ba, makakaakyat ba si Don Argus at sina AK at iba pang mga players, o makikita natin yung nasa top 5 natin will remain on the top 5. I'll pass it on to you guys. Poch, Spice, and Kid, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Eliza. Guys, give it up for her. Outstanding job as usual here in the pre-show. Guys, it's time. I skipped Tagalog lessons yesterday, but you know what? This early on, I'm using my trump card. And what it do, mga Lodi Cakes? Kumain na ba kayo as a friend? De joke lang. Welcome back to the National Season 3 Tekken Conference Group Stage. My name is Kid, and kasama ko si Poch, Spice, and we are your commentators. Alam ko nag-Tagalog lesson si Poch kahapon with Coach Nature Lover, at so ilalagay ko siya sa hot seat ngayon. Poch, what did you learn? Kumusta?
Okay naman, Kid. I'm really excited kasi when I was talking to Nature Lover, he gave me some points or some words to really encapsulate the action. So we're gonna see that in, well, hopefully I won't screw up and Nature Lover won't call me Tekken caster or tunay na caster, Poch Spice, and tunay na caster, Kid. Let's go for that. But right now, let's just take a recap of what is about to come today, because I believe we have some graphics just to summarize what's gonna be going down. Again, the first match will be Vermilion versus Don Argus. Really important for Don Argus to perform well because he needs the points to stay alive here in the group stage.
Yeah, at one point I also had an interview with Vermilion, and he didn't really like to use Double Jin against Don Argus simply because of the dive kick mix-ups. It didn't really allow him to use more house sweeps here and there, but there will be adjustments made here. Again, little birdies have told me that Don Argus is switching things up, and I cannot wait to see it.
I'm sure Vermilion also has different characters, but this match that they had before was a really great match because both of them brought out their A game, right? Usually we were starving to see Vermilion's Devil Jin in this matchup in the play-ins, and he finally granted us that, and he played so defensively against Don Argus. Now, just in the player profile, we have 6 Devil Jin picks, 5 Julia picks, and 4 Mardoks, but he also has a Lee, a Kazuya, so much characters. Win rate is at 54, total picks at 7.
And, you know, Vermilion kicking things off against Don Argus, it's gonna say something for Don Argus also, because again, he is at the bottom of the standings. He's gonna need all the points that he can take, but it's not gonna be easy because again, it's Vermilion and Maru, one of the top players here in the Philippines. Poch, what do you think? What can Don Argus do in this case?
Hey, you know, it just shows that Don Argus, towards the end of the play-ins, he really... Oh, hey, there you are. He really thrives under pressure, and I think today is going to be a huge test for him. He's got the family buff happening right now. Vermilion over there, again, he's got the Super Saiyan buff. But yeah, Don Argus again, he's got that... Yeah, he has that fight in his eyes, and he's fighting for something greater than himself. So I think he knows that today is a really big match for him. Those two are veterans and decorated players here in the Nationals, and he's gonna bring his A game. And I really want to see that character that you're talking about. I wonder who it is.
Oh yeah, no one's ever gonna expect this. Absolutely, but I love the player cams. Going back on that point, I love that player cam simply because it's a 2v1. You know, Vermilion's at a disadvantage. Let's go. But you know, that's the family buff right there. I love that Don Argus is also a family man, part-time pro. This means a lot to him. He celebrates a lot of. He doesn't really celebrate a lot of tournament wins, but he celebrates a lot of player victories. So
Yes.
let's see if he does manage to win this against one of the best in the Philippines, Vermilion.
Yeah, he's also a family man. I mean, I think both these guys are pro players, but full-time family men. So them going at it is a pure test of skill, talent, and tenacity here in the Nationals. I can't wait because their last meeting was 2-1 in favor of Vermilion. You saw the highlights there. Don Argus did bring out the Eliza, and now in a really tough spot, he really needs to get more points against Vermilion. Vermilion also not out of the woods. He can be contested, but he's sort of much in a safer position. Vermilion going with the Jin. I thought that was Don Argus, but Don Argus with Heihachi. I was like, oh, geez, hold me, kid.
All right, there it is. Don Argus going back to the Heihachi, straying a bit away from the Eliza. Now, this is what the little birdies have been telling me. Don Argus rather, has been practicing a bit of Heihachi, but at the same time, not rusting away with the Eliza. Vermilion with the Jin, we've seen this before. No double Jin whatsoever. He might be waiting to use double Jin in the playoffs. Who knows? Here we go in game 1.
Yeah, 100% pick Vermilion. So let's see if Don Argus can shut out the doubters here as we head into our first match. Vermilion, we've seen the activity. Wow, LL Arcade start off the round. That's a statement if I saw one.
And he does another one also. Don Argus gets splat. He received a lot of damage. We're only 10 seconds in. He gets caught. Everything's working for Vermilion. The low parry. 7 golden letters. What a statement punch.
Walang tigil si Vermilion, all offense all the way, going for low parries, going for LLRK, testing Don Argus's defense here. And now being pushed again, Vermilion controlling the center of the stage. We're going to see this wall again.
All right, Don Argus gotta do something because Vermilion is running him down. He's looking for the electrics, but the missed inputs are coming also. FF2, big launcher coming in from Don Argus. He's gonna carry to the center of the stage. This might be the momentum that he needs. Vermilion with the get up low kick. He follows up with the combo. This is gonna carry to the wall, and this should be dead.
Not quite yet, but goes for the bamboo splitter ender. Didn't need that wall. Vermilion again, just so dominant, really setting the pace. This is a far cry from what we saw with his Devil Jin being all defensive. He is all offense and he's not letting go of the momentum.
And speaking of momentum, there it is again. He carries to the wall. He adjusts perfectly, looking for the wall bounce, but Don Argus can't look for an opening. Vermilion is too calculated. He knows what's going to happen. He knows what Don Argus is doing. 20 seconds have been spent. He's still looking for that electric punch.
Yeah, he's trying to give him some room to breathe, but he's loading something up. Don Argus, oh, that electric hook is just right there, just to check. Don Argus now has to fight himself out of the sticky situation, but gets splatted.
Right, he goes for the OK combo while standing for connects. Down back to connects also. Don Argus, he's one hit away, down 3 to take it. No round for Vermilion. Don Argus. Ooh, that's rough. That's rough.
That's rough. You saw how Vermilion was playing with a sense of urgency.
Yeah.
If you think about it, he's not in the position we normally see him in the standings, so I can understand why, as well as in his previous performance, it didn't go his way. So he's just going guns blazing against Don Argus. Now, big task ahead for Don Argus. He's got to adjust to this very dangerous Jin of Vermilion.
Gigil na gigil si L, guys. Vermilion is playing this too good. Don Argus, kitang-kita mo nyo sa mukha niya. This means a lot to him. He has the child right beside him just to give him a little bit of a buff. Don Argus, what can he do? We can see it in his face right now. What are these certain things that he can do?
You can see it in his eyes. That's so close. But yeah, you can see the worry and urgencies in his eyes because it was a no round brown. He needs to turn this situation. He needs to flip the script here and try to play at his comfort because Vermilion is now leading this dance. I think he needs to go to a character, either go with the Eliza so he can threaten the dive kicks, or go with the Lydia, or go with an unfamiliar character for Vermilion to worry about.
And I'm gonna speak for all of the talents here, Poch, and say it's A+ for effort.
Thank you.
But
I'm
also,
working on it.
Yeah, you're working on it. That's completely respectable. I'm also working on it.
Yeah, I count this day as a 2-1, not 1 for me though. In the same.
It's all right. It's all right. Tagalog 2-1 against Poch. It's okay. You know, there's always the next
Yeah.
time. There's always next tournament.
Exactly. There's always group win. This is only the play-ins.
It's all right. What matters is you tried rather than you didn't at all. But anyway,
Salamat.
going back, right? Going back. Vermilion Don Argus, Heihachi didn't really... The type of player that Don Argus is, he likes to get the momentum first. If he gets the momentum first, he can kind of keep it up until the second game. But
Right.
the thing is, this is against Vermilion. Vermilion likes to stop you in your tracks. I'm pretty curious to see what Don Argus can do here.
Yeah, I used to call Vermilion the chameleon with how he just can change up his playstyle once the round loads or once the game loads. So right now he's all offense. It's been working. He's been fighting fire with fire, and unfortunately for Don Argus, it's under his expense because he's not able to get the playstyle that he wants. He's not able to fight the fight he wants to fight. He does go to Kinder Gem, still sticks with a Heihachi. Let's see who's going to dominate the stance.
Round one.
Here we go. Let's see who lands the first electric, and it looks like it is going to be Don Argus, but he just used it for keep out. While standing to attempt it, Vermilion again looking for that offense. Don Argus cannot find a single opening just yet.
Yeah, use that Demon Paw just to keep him at center. Now, Don Argus spacing him out, but again, Vermilion is controlling the center of the stage. Goes for those low kicks. Nice flash punch by Don Argus. Does not want his back against the wall. Tries to go for those scissor kicks, and Vermilion, good defense so far.
Still a slow-paced game for both of these guys. Vermilion is trying to push Don Argus to that wall, but Don Argus is trying to deny him. Low parry coming in. The signs of life are coming in for Don Argus. Also, gonna carry to the other side of the stage, but good block on the low. That's the first down back two he's thrown out, and the first down back two he's blocked.
Oh my god, picked him up again. Vermilion again with the defense. You know, Don Argus showed some signs of life with that low parry, but Vermilion firing back with a low block of his own. Now Vermilion again is leading in rounds. 4 rounds straight for Vermilion. Don Argus needs to act and act quick.
You can see Vermilion also throwing out the big boots, the F4s, to keep Don Argus out. Again, look at that. 1-1 whip punish into hook fist. And Vermilion carries to the wall. No wall combo, but still puts a lot of damage down onto Don Argus. The interrupts are coming. Don Argus trying to get away from the wall, but he can't. Vermilion is so oppressive.
Was insane. The shimmy from Vermilion and also the interrupts just to keep Don Argus off rhythm and off pace. Vermilion seems so crisp in this round. Oh, some hell sweeps there from Don Argus.
All right, he gets the proper punish, and Vermilion taken to half health. He's trying to interrupt Don Argus. This is the steam that Don Argus was looking for since the past game. He has the life lead now. Vermilion has to catch up.
Yeah, Vermilion now really slowing down that pace. Once you see those hell axles come out, Don Argus is starting to feel himself. Nice movement from Vermilion, goes for that low. Now Don Argus is in a very tough spot here, back against the wall, fights his way out, but is put in rage.
Yeah, that was really scary. Don Argus pressed on +3, and Vermilion with the follow-up on the combo. Oh, that has got to be rough for Don Argus. Bigati lamang ang kanyang nararamdaman sa game na yun, guys.
I'll give an A S+ for effort, dude. That was awesome. Yeah, that's again, yeah, just Vermilion chipping away at Don Argus, not allowing him to even dominate the fight. It was pretty one-sided with how we look at it, because Vermilion pushed the pace early on, and then we'll actually see it in the highlights. So he pushed the pace early on, and then afterwards he was able to just I would say chop away and really wait out the rush of offense coming out from Don Argus.
Yeah, this game one was all Vermilion. Everything worked out so well in any circumstance. Don Argus could not find a single opening also, and the thing about that game is that Don Argus couldn't really find a single opening for Vermilion.
Exactly, and it was just insane how this isn't really the character he's known for, but now his Jin is really being highlighted here as we look back at the handiwork that is Vermilion. And Don Argus had some moments of success there, but it was just Vermilion. He was just so good. He knew when to stop the offense. He knew when to go on the defense and move around the options that Don Argus was throwing at him.
And this last combo, the conversion, this was beautiful. I didn't think you could do that. You know, a float into a back 2-1 into a float, and then the ender F4. That was pretty good. So big props to Vermilion. That's 2-0 in the bag. Don Argus still has one match later on. But now Vermilion has to fight again. But this time it's gonna be another Eagle, Jason.
Ooh, and in the previous meeting, Jason did get the better of that situation. Vermilion did boast to Julia. It was 2-1 in their last meeting. We did see the Kings come out, but Vermilion again. Can he bring that momentum that he brought in that first match here? Because Jason is running with a lot of steam. He did 2-0 his own teammate, that is AK, in the previous day.
Jason's been on a roll and taking down guys like the Young God AK and Vermilion, the Red Death, the Super Saiyan Visayan. He's gotta have the momentum. He's been carrying that said momentum since the day that he got those games. So let's see if Jason can carry this out.
Yeah, this is the crazy sequence that finished off that match. But that's what you pay for when you watch a Jason match, ladies and gentlemen. He is the wild card. He is a human highlight reel, and King is his main. You do see also an Armor King and a Kunimitsu. 46% win rate, total picks. And if you saw in the pre-show, he has been one of the most improved players here, if not the most improved player here in Season 3 of the Nationals.
Yeah, Kunimitsu kind of serves as a certain wild card here in the Nationals because again, Kunimitsu, although picked a lot by Kunicat here in the Nationals, his Kunimitsu is also something that you should be looking out for because Jason's very unpredictable. He plays
100%.
Jaguar for Pete's sake.
Exactly. So we've seen Jason, and we're going to see his adversary, which is going to be Vermilion. We saw his performance with the Jin, and he was really able to just douse the fire of Don Argus's aggression. Can he do it again? He is going to be dealing with Jason in any of his characters, and I would say that even though you would say the wild card pick is Kunimitsu, I would say his playstyle is very wild in itself, and it can really just shut down any offense or any play style that comes his way. And there you see it, ladies and gentlemen. Vermilion still has that same focused look in his eyes. Jason, again, all smiles now when that game loads. Rest assured that he's going to bring his A game.
And everyone here thought that AK was going to be the ones to carry the Eagles when it comes to their tandem, right? But instead, Jason has been garnering up the points for the Eagles, and the AK is standing at the second to the bottom of the standings. So the big question here is, guys, kaya bang lumipad uli ang mga Agila?
I would say Eagles fly together. You know, birds of the same feather, right? They fly together. And Jason has been really, I mean, he was the last one to get picked. You saw the joy in his eyes when you saw the reaction when he was the last one chosen. And I think that their tandem really complements each other in their play styles and in how they approach each match. So I'm really excited to see how Jason is going to approach this one against Vermilion.
And this is going to be, a match to watch because Jason has 3 characters in the bag while Vermilion has 8 million. So let's see what to expect here, guys. Here we are in game 2 with the first half of the day. What's it going to be? Kunimitsu for Jason and Jin for Vermilion in the Arctic Snowfall.
Interesting. So Vermilion sticking with Jin today. All right. So again, this is going to be it's at Vermilion's last match of the day. So he's going to want to end it in a bang for him to be able to secure himself a higher spot. Maybe even break to the top 5. Who knows in the first half of the standings. But Jason, again, you mentioned his wildcard playstyle, especially with a wildcard like Kunimitsu. Vermilion has to be ready. Will he approach it more aggressive or not? We're going to see a 20% on Jason's side, 80% on Vermilion's side. I'm excited to see how this pans out.
Kaya ba nilang mag-hop kick from -9? Makikita natin ngayon, guys. Vermilion versus Jason. Vermilion starting things off the teleport already. Still kind of a slow start, but it's 5 seconds in. What can Jason do? Gets counter hit.
He has to pick it up, but sumusugod pa si Vermilion. He's not letting go of that offense, and Jason now trying to fight in range here again. Oh, a nice break from Vermilion. Are seeing the counter, but can. Oh my goodness, Jason.
All right, really good start for Vermilion. Good break. What's the mix-up going to be? Jason runs away from Vermilion instead. He does not want to make Vermilion guess. He wants to breathe a bit, puts Jason in rage. F4, down back 4, F4 again. Vermilion with a keep out.
He only needs one button and it's 4. Kid. Vermilion is so efficient with his offense now, really knowing that, Jason does have a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and rightfully so. Vermilion's teammate, Kunicat, he knows, he's been, I'm pretty sure they've been sparring a lot, so Vermilion is probably comfy with this match, but let's see if he can take this one, take this round.
Yeah, speaking of comfy, his teammate, for Pete's sake, is Kunicat. Of course he knows the ins and outs of this character. Of course he's comfortable with this character. Jason struggling to find an opening. Vermilion's keep out is so good.
Yeah, he's just really going, oh wow, hook fist to enter, and now this is definitely going to kill Vermilion 2 rounds straight. If you count, he's been how many rounds since the previous match? This is 8 rounds straight for Vermilion.
Jason looking for the plus frames. This is also, we're here at the infinite stage, guys, so there's so much space for both of these players to work with in case they want to run away with the life lead. In this case, though, Vermilion does not have it. He's trying to look for it.
Yeah, he is. And you know what? Jason, oh wow, finds the hop kick, but gets the frost slide counter hit. All right, picks up the pieces here, and he's going to make this one count for sure.
Vermilion guesses right, gets caught out in the air. Also, Jason converts to a combo. Real good stuff. What's the mix-up going to be? He tried to look for the grab, but Vermilion backdashed out of it.
Yeah, Jason has to be very careful with his approach. Even though he does have the life lead, Vermilion can turn things around, but time is not going to be a factor, as well as Vermilion's life. Jason scores his first round.
And shows signs of life for the first one here in the game. Down back 4. Really good pokes coming in from Vermilion. Also, Jason has to catch up with the life lead, and we all know that Kunimitsu struggles in that department.
That's true, especially with Vermilion using Jin, just really scientifically picking apart Jason here, spacing him out, but not giving up too much room for him to use those kunai knives and those dash-in mix-ups. Vermilion, nice tongball to the bamboo splitter, but Jason floats him out of the air.
But not a lot of damage, but it is damage nonetheless. Vermilion still has the life lead here. Jason struggling to find an opening. Vermilion has been showing us some insane defense recently.
Yeah, and now we see the frost slide. Nice escape so far. Vermilion is on point with the breaks. 10 seconds remain. 2-1. Oh, but Vermilion now almost at rage. Nice patience from Vermilion, but Jason, he does have the life lead. Kid, he's gonna have to gamble something. Oh, wow. Final round.
Triple key charge. Also, Jason letting Vermilion know that he may be down, but he's not out. This is still the first game, guys. Vermilion gotta turn it up because the momentum is on Jason's side.
Yeah, Jason again being the ego. Kaya ba lumipad yung mga Agila today? Vermilion still trying to chip away. Nice movement to the can. Lost count how many times he's done that.
Jason's gotta stop doing that because Vermilion knows when to sidestep moves like that. The low parry comes in. Jason converts to a combo. He does have range, so there's extra damage in. The toe kick to interrupt him. Literally a pixel of health left coming in from Jason. Vermilion is just letting him approach. What can he do? He's gotta be careful. The plus frames are in. Back 2 from Vermilion. Goes for the low. He can't go for more. Back 2 from Vermilion. Finishes it up. Doesn't answer back with a key charge, but the electric windfall fist instead.
I want to let you know, kid, that I was standing up on my chair. Thank you for highlighting what an intense sequence that was, because again, Jason, you don't want to sleep on this player because he can take it back, and Vermilion being very wise, not gambling that much because Jason can turn things around. Even though Vermilion really was dominating in terms of health, Jason with that magic pixel can make insane things happen.
And Jason doesn't really want to go out without a fight. He brings it to a final round and he makes Vermilion sweat. He wants to make gods bleed, and Jason is doing just that. He's taking a bit of his time. Will he switch to the king or the armor king? Or maybe we're gonna see a maintained infinite stage. Who knows? What do you think, Raj?
It did go to the final round, and you know what? That Kunimitsu does look all warmed up. And this is actually the flip side of what we were talking about in the pre-show of how, the meta now seems to be character diversity, but also if you have too much characters, too much options, too much equipment, too much weapons to use, you don't know which one to bring to battle. You have analysis paralysis. Because for me, I think Jason should still stick with the Kunimitsu. Maybe just stick to the infinite stage because it's already warmed up, right? How about you?
I'm gonna have to go against deciding to go for the infinite stage because Kunimitsu really struggles with catching up with the health bar, and we know the defense that Vermilion is showing
Right.
us right now. He's also sidewalking, he's also sidestepping everything. The movement from Vermilion in general has been on point. So if Jason can shut down that kind of movement from Vermilion with the use of maybe, grapplers, that would be great for him.
Okay, yeah. So I do see that also. So you're going with the king or Armor King?
I would love to see the king.
King, yeah. He has, I don't know the win rate comparison, but yeah, he does go for the king in clutch situations, and he has a lot of highlight reels. So having a grappler can definitely keep Vermilion at bay and also worry about those throw breaks and really test his defense.
And we'll see if that is going to be the case. And the
Hey.
king is going to be chosen. Called it. Island Paradise, we go also. Now, mind you guys, if we go to the balcony break in the Island Paradise, it kind of counts. It almost counts as an infinite stage because the stage is too big.
It's huge. Yeah, it's huge.
It's huge.
Yeah, exactly. I think you even go to the water at one point. So Island Paradise is going to be our next stage. Vermilion still sticking with this Jin. I'm so impressed with how he's been able to utilize this Jin so far. And so far, Don Argus and Jason still have to find a solution for it.
Here we go. Vermilion starting things off with the down back or Shining Wizard attempted by Jason. Very good attempt. Vermilion this time he's not playing more defensively. He's being more aggressive, if you notice, Podge.
Yeah, it is. Oh, again, Jason, really just testing Vermilion with those Shining Wizards. And that move has been paying dividends for Jason. Now we're seeing Vermilion still control the center here, but now Jason again attempting those Shining Wizard, but Vermilion is ready. But look at that counter hit, find its home. Jason tries to collect a combo here. Vermilion picking up the pieces, gets a hook fist in.
3 straight Shining Wizard attempts, all broken by Vermilion. All that could have been a giant swing. Vermilion is on point today, guys. He's scary.
Man, Jason, down in rounds. Vermilion still continuing his dominance. Now, let's see if one of these Shining Wizards is going to push through or if he's going to go for those giant swings. But Vermilion, as you mentioned, sharp as a knife today. Whoa!
There it is. The giant swing attempt from Jason finally connects onto Vermilion. He techs that, just reduces a bit of damage, and Vermilion does not have the health lead. Jason is going to have to be looking for more mix-ups if he wants to win this round. And while standing 2, drops the combo. Unfortunate. Gut punch coming in from Jason. Back 1-2. Vermilion backdashing away. Look at this movement.
Oh, he's going to go back at it once again. To the well we go. And now we're going to see the balcony break. And here we see the soundtrack change. Vermilion now putting Jason in the red.
Oh, what a duck. He did not want to guess correctly, so he just ducked and said, you know what? Get out of here. Vermilion 2 rounds already. Jason, this is so scary. He doesn't even break it.
God, tidal wave by Vermilion to control the first seconds of this third round. Vermilion not letting go of the lead here. Tries to jab just to check him in place. Scrapers as well to keep him from sidestepping. Back 2-1 lands.
He caught pressing. The LLRK, this is not gonna kill. One more mix-up could do it. Vermilion is just standing up. Goes for the rock bottom. What's this gonna be? Oh, Rage Drive connects. Is this gonna... Oh no, he dropped it. Unfortunate. And on the third day, he dropped the combo. Jason, unfortunate stuff. Vermilion today is 4-0, guys.
Like that, ladies and gentlemen, Vermilion going out of day 2 on a bang with 6 points. Jason again, you know what, we asked before, kaya ba yung mga agila lumipad? And it turns out maybe the flight is a little bit delayed, and that is courtesy of Vermilion, ladies and gentlemen.
That could have been the perfect opportunity for Jason to pick it up and get the momentum, but the unfortunate drops on the combos, things that we cannot really control, cost us the game. Goodness me.
Yeah, we're gonna check out the highlights right now, ladies and gentlemen. Just look at the handiwork of Vermilion's Jin here. The side steps to the cans were so on point. And as you mentioned, once Vermilion sat on the lead, Jason really had to gamble a lot with those dash-ins. As you said with Kunimitsu, it's really hard for her to... she needs to gamble a lot to gain to really swing the momentum in her favor again.
Yeah, and gambling a lot against players like Vermilion isn't exactly the best thing to do because Vermilion is one of the most calculated players here in the Nationals. And you gotta be more than creative to find simple openings from this guy.
Yeah, you have to be real gutsy, and we saw the guts and the heart from Jason there in that final sequence. Did take it to the final round, but look at that, Vermilion not really risking that much. You know, we saw the King, we saw a lot of Shining Wizard attempts, but Vermilion was so on point. We did see a giant swing at land, but man, Vermilion was just so patient to wear down Jason.
Yeah, this has been the most shut down I've ever seen from Jason when it came to using King. When we all saw Jason,
Right.
he had a good track record of coming back from this character, especially this Rage Drive combo. This is the big drop here. Oh my goodness. Ah.
Yeah, it all went in Vermilion's favor, and he will be going to the next day with a lot of points. But you know what? We'll see more of Jason as the day goes along. But our next match will be Don Argus versus Maru.
Certified Carbonatics, rise up in the chat because he's gonna need your energy, guys. Head-to-head record between Don Argus and Maru surprisingly goes in favor of Don Argus, who's in the bottom of the standings right now.
Yeah, we did see this head-to-head before, and they did face off, the Brian and the Eliza, and it did go in favor of Maru, probably because he took some time to really understand Don Argus's playstyle, because here we just saw some dominance coming out of Maru, courtesy of Barangay Brian. And now let's see if more characters will be coming out on both sides. Either Don Argus will bring out the Heihachi or Lydia, or Maru will just bring out another character.
And I'd really love to see another Heihachi attempt from Don Argus here, simply because we have not seen Heihachi for the longest time. Elisa's got to rest. Elisa's got to go back to Lily's mansion and go back to sleep. Heihachi is more than enjoyable to watch, Poch.
100%, and especially with the way Don Argus uses Heihachi, was just pure aggression, and also it's a fan favorite style, right? With a 35% win rate, he has been using Heihachi against Machinehead as well as Vermilion. So that is Don Argus. Now let's check out Maru's draft.
And here we have Maru, who we can just throw out of the window the three characters that's on the screen right now, because of course he's been using way more than that. He has a Dragunov, he has a Kazumi, and he has the entire Tekken roster. Who knows? Win rate with 65%, but it does kind of look like Don Argus is his kryptonite.
Yeah, it does seem that way. In the previous meeting, we did see Maru trump that, but who knows? It could, any dog could have his day, and Don Argus can make that lightning strike again. Maru again with a lot of characters under his belt. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't go for Brian again. I think he might go for something different.
Brian certainly is an enjoyable watch, especially because we don't see a lot of Brians here
True.
in the Nationals. You know, big props to Endrax for showing us the one hell of a performance back in the Academy series. But yeah, for Don Argus, there are three different characters. It's almost baffling to say 3 characters for Don Argus: Eliza, Lydia, and the Heihachi. But for Maru is the big question. We don't know this guy. He almost serves as the new Dojin here, the new Moku
That's very
Dojin.
true. Yeah, that's true. Actually, I would love to see like a tally of how much characters that Maru uses and see if it actually almost holds up to Dojin's record, because he has been cycling through the same characters, but nonetheless, it still surprises us with how much characters he can play so proficiently. And I think that one of the biggest surprises and welcomed surprises for me was Maru picking up that Brian, because I believe he started off the Pro League with a Brian, so I thought that was going to be the pace. And he brought out Bakumram, Julia, Zafina, so I'm like, he's playing this game. All right, yeah, I get it. He's the very epitome of what we're talking about with having a character having a pool of characters, or a diverse pool of characters for your opponent to not have the good read on you.
And the number one reason for that is because of the format of the Nationals. You're gonna have to have new things up your sleeve if you want to further succeed. I mean, character loyalty is really good. It's very respectable. But eventually your opponents are gonna figure you out.
Okay, same song and dance, but we're gonna see a different, more experienced players here. Eliza versus the Brian in Forgotten Realm. Now, in the previous match, just to remind everyone that Maru did leave with 3 points. He 2-0'd Don Argus. Don Argus again, we actually haven't seen his Elisa in a while.
Oh yeah, for sure. And Don Argus brought the Heihachi out against Machinehead, and it worked out really well for him. He broke down the wall. And for the talent picks, that is 20% going to Don Argus, while 80% goes to Maru. So a lot of people have faith on Maru, Potch.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he's been second place in this pro league for a consistent amount of time, just almost contesting Jules. So favor is on his side, but Don Argus could just shock the world now. Oh, big bloody claw here just to push the action. Nice slide follow-up, but Maru again with the defense.
Also, very good punish from Don Argus. That is a -10 punish coming in, but Maru follows up with the combo. First floor has been broken. Big damage coming in from Maru. What's the setup going to be? No taunt coming in.
Uh-oh. Oh, putting out those strings. Now EX mix-up here. Don Argus still going for those lows. Maru is so close to closing this one out. Oh, the sidewall. Down jab. You see that Maru gets the first round.
Unfortunate stuff. Had the dive kick, at least Maru blocked it. It would have given Don Argus the plus phrase that he needed to get that exchange in and win. Unfortunate. But here we go in round 2. Don Argus gets low parried. Maru awake more so than ever.
Yeah, and gets the second floor break. Chooses to go for Oki. Maru now hatchet kick lands, but nice interrupt by Don Argus. 3+4. Maru's got to worry about that. Nice duck by Don Argus, though.
Follows up with the combo. Are we going to see a floor break? Yes, we will. We're already at the basement at the second round, guys. Don Argus with the setups. Goes for the more damage. Don Argus on fire.
Guys, this is the style that he wants to play. Him comfortable, him creative. Great. Wow, look at that. Oh my gosh. I don't know if that was a setup. I'm going to count that as a setup. Don Argus again, spending his meter wisely. Maru now forced to move around and try to pressure Don Argus against this wall.
If it's Don Argus, then it's most likely a setup. Maru with wall standing one falls up with the combo. Don Argus, no proper punish on that one. Unfortunate. Gets caught by back one counter hit, and Maru takes it to a potential final round.
The chopping elbow really got a lot of mileage out of Maru's game plan there. Hatchet kicks are landing. Now Don Argus, though, good punish there. And now trying to continue the offense is Don Argus, but Maru again just slowing things down. We're jumping all over the place, kids.
Let's see what things are gonna happen here. Maru gets caught by the string. Don Argus falls up with the combo. Now he's up against the wall. You do not want to be in that situation against a 2D character. What a block by Maru. Falls up with the combo. Perfect punishes coming here and there.
Yeah, Maru just shy of rage. Don Argus got to worry about those dive kicks. Nice block on that slide. Maru has been clutching it out with those blocked slides, but Don Argus has found some success with that in the first round. So you can't blame him for gambling it there. But man, Maru again. Aside from him having so much character diversity, his defense is one to highlight as well.
Yeah, for sure. And, one way or another, Don Argus is going to have to make the gambles that he needs to do, because Maru is also a very calculated player.
Right.
If you don't do the riskiest things, then you're not going to be able to proceed. It's a really difficult path to take for Don Argus, because there's so many limited options when it comes to that situation. For now, though, he does have 2 options: character select or stage select. What do you think, Potch?
He might want to go stage select. He did bring it to Howard Estate, but this is quite an improvement of it on his Elisa. So I don't know. I think maybe, I believe he wants to stick it out with the Elisa because he's already had enough experience with the Brian. So I think it's already primed and ready for him to take it to possibly a game 3. So maybe he's going to go for stage select and go with Howard Estate. What about you, kid?
Oh, Howard Estate, I completely, that's something also to think about, right? Don Argus's new go-to stage has been Howard Estate, apart from the Kinder Gym. However, do you think we're going to see the Heihachi here, Potch? Because it looks like Maru did have a good read on that Elisa.
That's actually a good one as well. The Heihachi may come out. Or maybe maybe not the Lydia. Maybe more of the Heihachi. The Heihachi, if Don Argus feels like it, because as you mentioned, the reads were coming in. And that wasn't... It didn't go to final round. So the Heihachi pick is a respectable one, and this could definitely catch Maru off guard because the Heihachi was the one that break down that Omega Wall known as Machinehead.
And say, for example, Don Argus does manage to win the second game. Maru has the option to switch characters, and look at that. We did. There is an option for the Leroy for Maru, which will
Yikes.
give Don Argus a harder time because Leroy just, in general has a better kit in the game.
Yeah, a better kit in terms of dealing with Don Argus's playstyle of aggression because of his parry, his back 1+2, his interrupts. That's definitely a real scary threat on the side of Don Argus if Maru chooses that Leroy. Right now, the Heihachi might come out or the Eliza, but I don't think that the Lydia would come out. How about you?
I'd honestly love to see another Lydia because Lydia is a breath of fresh air. We have not seen that character in a while, and of all people, Don Argus debuted that Lydia here in the Pro League.
He did, and I have a feeling it came because he brought it out during franchise face-off, right? And that was definitely a surprise for everyone, especially surprising Coffee Prince because, again, that's his teammate. So if with that train of thought, maybe he might feel that Maru has faced his Eliza too much, for him to bring in either the Heihachi or Lydia. But I would say I'm leaning more on the Heihachi, though. Would you say you're leaning more on the Lydia?
You know what? I'm gonna go on a limb and say Eliza. Eliza maintained by Don Argus. Although, it's a bit of a disadvantage for Don Argus because Eliza has been read through and through for all of the players here in the Nationals. Don Argus still has some tricks up his sleeve. He's unpredictable most of the time. It's just that he didn't have the momentum that he wanted. Don Argus is the kind of player that if you give game 1 to him, he'll immediately get game 2.
Right, exactly. And I agree with you, and I see what you're saying because, again, when it comes to your preference pick, right? Eliza is definitely the character where Don Argus really shines in. He's so creative. He's so versatile with that character in playing the play style he wants to, which is aggression, mix-ups, setups. And I think between the two characters, if he wants to play more of his style, Eliza. But if he, as you mentioned, because there were some highlights there where Maru just completely read what Don Argus was about to do with those low parries, those blocks and punishes as well. So the Heihachi may come out. So it's 50-50 to be honest with what character Don Argus is going to choose.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So guys, before we get into game 2, we do just want to acknowledge that this tournament is under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusement Board. And guys, you can also tune into the Nationals on TV and catch the replays of the matches on One Sports and One Sports Plus via Signal TV the day after at 4 p.m.
Yeah, it's a good way for us as well. I'm definitely going to catch that to watch the VODs, watch the awesome matches. Also watch our casting and try to improve on those Tagalog words. But we still have Don Argus versus Maru. And Don Argus starving for points because Vermilion denied him, gaining at least just one. Maru looking really strong at the top. I have a feeling him and Jules have this rivalry. Who's going to end up on top and who is definitely going to come in the strongest in the playoffs.
Yeah, and despite being a sort of a kryptonite for Maru, Don Argus still kind of has to look for the momentum in order for him to get going, and that's been the struggle for Don Argus. He can't find that said momentum,
and that's what's and we've talked about that, right? We've talked about how this format allows you to study your opponents with how many matches. And to be honest, Don Argus has been the most watched because coming from Challenger Series, Draft Series, they had so much of video or like documents of how he uses Eliza, and he has been bringing out a new version of Eliza this season. But right now, as you mentioned, it's kind of losing that steam because of how these players have been rising up and really doing their homework against other players.
And it really says a lot that Don Argus, one of the top performing players here in the Nationals, back in Challenger and also Draft Series, the fact that he's at the bottom right now, getting beaten by the players here in the Pro League, says a lot of the amount of skill that these guys have.
Exactly. Especially with this new and improved Don Argus that we talk about, and with his new mindset, right? We've talked about his Batman notes, right? We talked about how he's done so much research, but he said in an interview, he plays his best when he's not thinking. So he really needs to pick that character that allows him to just flow and just get into that zone and that flow state where he's allowed to just express his aggression and express his play style against Maru and under Maru's expense.
Yeah, and it's always this phrase, right? How is your opponent supposed to know what you're doing if you don't know what you're doing? That's the game plan for Don Argus. Here we are in game 2, guys. Howard Estate, as predicted by Potch Spice himself, but it might be really good for Maru also. Who knows?
Yeah, it could be. They did see each other to the final round in their first meeting in the play-in stages. It was 2-1 in favor of Maru, but now Don Argus, I'm sure he was able to study up on that match, what he did right, what he did wrong. But you could actually say the same for Maru because he definitely did his homework as well. But I like this. This is the costume that actually brought so much wins for Don Argus. So he means business. The black dress, Don Argus.
The dark horse of a preset. Maru maintaining his spacing. The hatchet kick connects, counter hit. Don Argus a bit struggling to look for an opening here. Maru gonna follow up with a wall combo.
That was a really well-placed orbital. Now good interrupt by Don Argus. This is the flurry of offense we're looking for. Nice bloody claw to fight to the center of the stage. Goes for the slide and the EX. Jump away. A dive kick there for Don Argus. Maru again closing it out with a hatchet.
Maru played that also very, very well. He just let Don Argus do what he did and he was just there to relax. Don Argus follows up with the combo, though he drops it, unfortunately. Again, guys, it's so hard to do the instant dive kick from Eliza.
Yeah, and just for Don Argus to pull off these amazing combos is just a testament to his skill. But we are seeing Maru in the life deficit, trying to collect some plus frames. Continues with a dark wave, but nice block on the low again by Maru.
He tried to go for the TGU also, but Maru a bit slow on that one. Don Argus, he does have the life lead. Hatchet kick connects. Maru looking for more openings here. He put in rage, but he spends it immediately. Don Argus has access to his. What a block, what a duck, what a punish from Maru.
Maru is on fire with these reads. He was just stuck in there. He knew that Don Argus was going to go for that low. But good sequence there for Don Argus to jump back from that rage drive. But now Maru again practicing some defense, letting Don Argus to overextend himself, but finds himself in that low parry.
Here we go. This could be what Don Argus needs, but what a sidewalk from Maru. Don Argus gets caught by back four. Get up, low kick, counter hit. We're gonna see a wall break here. There.
Have it, and we're gonna see potentially another one. Maru now. Gets EXDP'd. Don Argus trying to push against that wall, but Maru again not going down without a fight. Don Argus, this round's so important to get the momentum, but Maru not straying too far behind, spends the drive. Now Don Argus needs just one sliver, but no! Maru denies it with a no-round brown.
Unfortunate. That was such a good comeback from Maru. Guys, again, Don Argus did not attain any points today. It's been a rough day for him, having to fight Vermilion and then Maru at the start of the first half. He had to prepare for this, but guys, this is unfortunate. Bigati lamang ang kanyang nararamdaman, Don Argus.
Big shoutouts to Sidestep Lance being the buff for Maru, but as you mentioned, Don Argus having a rough day now, rough day 2. He will have to come back strong in day 3, but that match goes to Maru. Oh, damn, 3 points. So Maru, as we're speaking right now, is leading the pack with plus 3 points, but we're gonna see Jules matches come in just a bit. But speaking of what we're gonna watch now, we're gonna see the highlights of that crazy match.
Again, Maru played that so well in both of the games. He just let Don Argus be wild. If you let Don Argus just run wild, I'm just gonna watch, and that's exactly what Maru did.
And that's the thing also, the confidence in Maru's defense really showed. He knew what options Don Argus would throw out, because usually when we see players go up against Don Argus, especially like in the Challenger and Draft Series that weren't used to seeing this type of aggression, they really crumble and feel overwhelmed with the options that Don Argus is throwing out. But Maru, again, just weathering out the early storm and with that excellent comeback at the final round.
And you can really tell that Maru prepared so much for this matchup because he anticipated the Eliza to come out. And the Brian pick was also really, really good. It's just a matter of Don Argus trying to adjust to Maru's new playstyle.
Yeah, and we saw that excellent duck here. Here you go. This is the last match. Uses the rage drive here. And his back was against the wall, just that magic pixel. But Maru, again, just being very patient, very calm, and collected with how he approached that final sequence. And it went in favor of Maru. 3 solid points for Maru, so congratulations to him.
And, speaking of Maru, our next match is going to be Maru yet again against another Eagle, Jason.
Ooh, man. Actually, yeah, Maru and Vermilion have been, they technically have the same opponents today. Maru with Jason, and Jason also needing for some points. So that's going to be a match to look forward to, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so excited to see that. But for now, we'll be taking a very short break. Please don't go anywhere. More of the Nationals when we return. At nagbabalik na ang The Nationals Pro League Group Stage Day 2 at init na init ang mga labanan dito. Poch, Spice, and Kid are your commentators for the day, also practicing our Tagalog, but that's how we do, right? We gotta put in the action as well as just encapsulate what these players have been doing, and it is the group stage. I'm so excited who will make it to the playoffs. So let's check out the standings so far because we've seen some jumps in Vermilion and Maru. Well, look at that.
All right, Maru at the top of the player standings with 27 points, followed by Jules, who will be playing later on in the second half, guys. Vermilion with 24, Coffee Pits at 20, and Hapon at 20. Also, both players having to play later on in the second half. So look forward to it.
Did you see that Vermilion just marched his way to the first of the half at Machinehead's expense, putting Machinehead now in the lower half next to his teammate Kunicat with a three-way tie with Jason and AK. Don Argus unfortunately didn't really move up because he was denied by Vermilion and Maru. Again, points are really important, especially for this the lower three there, which is Jason, AK, Kunicat, as well as Don Argus.
And man, it's been so rough for Don Argus today because he had to fight. He had to gain the momentum. Before we got into today's broadcast, we had to think about Don Argus because he had to go. He needed the momentum, but unfortunately he couldn't.
Yeah. And speaking of needing momentum, Jason is one of them who will be in our next match against Maru. So let's check out the graphic for that as we get ready for this intense match because Jason is in the lower side while Maru is leading the pack as we speak. 6-1 head-to-head in favor of Maru.
And Maru has been on a roll, especially up against here, especially here in the Pro League right now where he's performing so well. And Jason, you know, Jason's kind of a hit or miss recently because he did get wins against Vermilion. He did get wins against AK. But you know, they come back from it right away. So let's see if Jason does manage to win this against Maru, one of the best here in the Philippines.
Yeah, Jason's performance has been has improved for sure, but as you mentioned, hit or miss in a sense because when he gets going, he really is dominant. You see in the player profile here, has the 2 kings in his arsenal as well as a Kunimitsu, 46% win rate and total picks of 4.
And Kunimitsu, he picked it first against Vermilion. Unfortunately, it didn't work because Vermilion's defense, Vermilion showed us the type of defense that he never really showed us ever since the first season of the Nationals. However, here for Maru, he's been showing us that kind of defense also with the use of Brian. But again, we're not always going to be seeing that Brian because it might just be a pick for Don Argus. What do you think, Ponch?
Yeah, I can see that happening because the last time they faced off, he used Fakamram. So I really think Maru has specific set kryptonite characters for whatever challenge he's facing ahead of him, and that's how you get a leg up over him if Maru doesn't have a read on what character you're going to use, because it just shows that he brought out Brian when Eliza came out against Don Argus. So right now the question is, will Maru bring out that Fakamram? Look at that.
What does that say? What does that say? Marupet! Hashtag Marupet in the chat, guys. If you support Maru, or hashtag on the third day for Jason. I don't know. I just thought of that on the fly. But yeah, if you guys support one of these guys, make sure you let them know because Jason especially will need all of that energy.
Did Maru lower the camera so Sidestep Lance can get in the frame? He just did that, right? he did that. Just sort of the thing. But yeah, again, shout out to Sidestep Lance being, just being a great teammate. Even though he's not here, his presence is still felt. And as you mentioned, a ball of energy. Why are you nodding your head? Why are you shaking your head?
I didn't say anything. Why are you gaslighting me, Pacho? Huh?
I'm not. I'm asking.
But yeah, I love that we're still seeing Sidestep Lance here, despite the fact that he has been eliminated as well as Gold Standard. But support for your teammates. The team morale still counts, and
100%. I'm excited to see how Jason is going to make some improvements with this match because it did end in a 2-1. Jason did clutch out a victory against his Fakamram in an infinite stage. mind you. So it was he went for a timer scam. So that's those are one of those clutch highlights for Jason. So I'm excited to see if he'll bring out the same type of playstyle and character, or will Maru just flip the script and not even bring out the Falcom ROM?
And let's see what they're gonna show us here. Will Jason go for the Jaguar? Yes, he will, but not the Jaguar we expected. The Armor King debuted by Jason. For Maru's Kazumi, though, it's been a long time.
Wow, is this a homecoming for Kazumi? Because Maru has not used this character. I think this is the first time he's using it in this season.
Yeah, I think so too. This is really exciting because Maru's Kazumi has been, showing him a lot of success in the past few seasons of the National. Let's see if this is the same case. Movement coming in here from Jason. Maru looking for an opening. Jason with the Jaguar, trying to look for more openings from Maru here. Sidesteps here and there.
And we are seeing Maru just fundamentally try to poke out Jason, but Jason again, just so dynamic with his offense. Nice Crimson Dawn confirmation there by Maru. Trying to push Jason to that wall. Nice escape by Maru, though.
Try to look for the hop kick, but unfortunately Maru's too sharp for that. He whipped the Fearless Warrior throw. What a duck on the rage drive. Maru ever so away.
Sharp, he is on point. He is firing on all cylinders. Can Jason stop the momentum here? That round was really close, but yeah, Maru's defense was put on display as well as his very calculated offense.
Looks like in the poke department, Jason is winning by a mile. 15 seconds have been spent. Good block, good punish. Maru 1-1-2, trying to interrupt Jason, stopping him in his tracks.
Oh, getting the grab. No, Maru's throw breaks are on point, but Jason is winning in terms of life now. Maru needs to make a comeback here if he wants to continue his dominance. Goes for the Tiger. Nice block on the can. Jason closing that one out.
Yeah, so good from Jason. Bringing it back against Maru. Maru with the 1-1, but doesn't finish the 1-1-2. Still, backdashing away. You know that Kazumi has the advantage in terms of movement here because of the female character advantage. Let's see if Maru can continue that. Look at that backdash. Look at that whiff punish from Maru.
Yeah, he's really space controlling with that diamond flash. Backing away, just have the threat of that running too. Now we're seeing Jason. Oh, wow, whiffed the move just for him to get that launch. Drops it though, and now Maru eats a giant swing.
He did a Weibo into the giant swing. That is supremely hard to do, and Jason just showed us like it was nothing. What a whip punish from Jason, all the way from a whip low get up kick.
Maru, wow, going for the scissor kick. Can you dig it? And now we see that Maru selecting the combo here, gets the wall, and just dominates the early seconds of this round.
The gut punch from Jason connects. Good block on Crimson Dawn. Maru's up against the wall. He presses on the second hit. Jason drops the combo. Back one counter hit. Follows up with the combo. These are innovative. He goes for the running power bomb and puts Maru at rage. 1-2. Maru, what can you do?
He does have rage, but he has to calculate his offense. Nice 1-1-2. This is a step in the right direction, but goes for the low Jason. Jason now calculating what he has to do to close it out, but the rage drive connects. Just goes for the Oki there. Just hits him while he's down. We're at final round.
Maru not going out without a fight. Jason needs the points here because he did not take it against Vermilion. Will Maru take this away from Jason? The parry, the wag po, as what the others would say. Good guess by Maru.
Oh, going for it again. What? Look at that Tiger uppercut.
Right, falls up to the wall. Maru's up against it. Jason just a few hits away from rage. What was that? He went for the jumping jab. Not very uncharacteristic from Maru, but still, he does have the life lead. One small mistake from Jason could cost him the entire game. Rage drive has been spent. Jason still doesn't have his. Both players are at final round. One simple mistake. 1-1-2 punish puts Jason at rage finally. Stature kick goes for the low instead. Maru takes it back, takes game one.
Are you kidding me? What a comeback from Maru. Jason again was so dominant in the early rounds, and he was dominant in that final exchange there, but Maru again just showing that he has the comeback factor that he brought with Don Argus. See that Maru is consulting probably with his coach Mouts, or his as well as his teammate sidestep lands. But you see Jason unfazed by that. He knows that he can take it to Maru, so he's gonna just have to, you know what, intensify it a little more for him to get a victory.
Yeah, he just had a few, shakeups here and there for Jason. A bit of a flaw in the defense. Maru really took it back by the use of fundamentals there. He was not scared to do a stature kick, even though it has a really slow startup. He was not scared of getting back one counter hit by Jason. Very good decision making from him.
Yeah, during the first rounds, I actually thought, oh man, I guess Maru's gonna have to change characters. But turns out his Kazumi just need a little warming up to do, because just to adjust accordingly to the offense that Jason was throwing out there. So now, the question is Jason gonna switch to King or Kunimitsu? Or stick with Armor King? Actually, I might stick with Armor King too. I just confused myself.
You know, with the way that Maru is playing right now, focusing on the movement, it really reminisces me. It's really reminiscent of that one game against Vermilion. So he might switch to the King here,
Right. I agree.
and stop Maru in his tracks with the use of mix up with the throws. But no, he goes for the more striker part of the Jaguars here. Sticks with the Armor King.
Well, he did go to final round, right? Again, the option to just stifle Maru's movement was there, but he did choose Cave of Enlightenment, so he wants to be able to use the real estate to his advantage. But also, you're giving that advantage to Maru as well, and he definitely wants to take that away from Armor King.
And channeling his inner Pika with the with that Armor King preset. Pika likes to use that. Oh, Dark Copper connects. Jason goes for the wall combo. Big damage coming in from him. Takes Maru to near half health. Get up, low kick, counter hit, follows up with the combo. Maru aware as ever.
Yeah, that was a great wake-up option there by Maru. Now tries to go for the grab there, try to push Jason towards that wall, but you see that Jason is cycling to try to push Maru's back against that wall, that breakable balcony. Now Maru just standing there. Oh, the movement from Maru is so crisp.
I don't know what the thought process was for Jason there, but he was looking for a raw hop kick. That's respectable, but Maru knew what to do.
He did, and he got that balcony break for them to get that round. So it continues on with the round streak as Maru. Jason, though, really has to find his timing against this very tricky Kazumi. Good happening. The timing on Maru is so good.
Maru with the sidestep into the hop knee and goes to the floor break. What a conversion by Maru. Jason, 1 pixel of health left. Good block on the low. Can he do this?
Okay, the spike powerbomb is the start. Jason now, pixel of health, but look at that Maru again. He is watching his legs, kid. He does not want anyone to touch him.
Yeah, he has every reason to duck here. Jason with a hop kick. Falls up with the combo. We're gonna see a wall. Big damage coming in from Jason. What can he do with this momentum? Crimson Dawn by Maru just to get him away from the wall.
Maru now has to slowly chip away at Jason's health. Jason sitting with some life here and definitely just poke out Maru. We are seeing Maru enraged though, and now Jason answers back with a block blow.
Yeah, Jason showing us that, pseudo Omega defense. Walang makakadibag sa pader ng depensa ni Jason, guys.
There we go, and you're gonna see a full display. We see a shining wizard by Jason. Maru has to get his throw breaks on point here. He needs one more round to secure himself to 3 points, but now with another shining wizard connecting.
Alright, goes for the big boy combo. I see you. He can take this here. Running powerbomb just to let him know Jason takes it again to a final round.
Parallel how Jason is the one showing that he has the comeback factor while Maru is trying to just get one more round. Jason now fighting his way out of a sticky situation, giving some sidestep, but that is a very chunky character. He's got to be careful with his movement.
Back one, counter hit. Somebody better call Steve in this game. While standing 1-2. Stature kick. Another. Can Jason defend all this? What are they doing?
They're just standing. Oh my gosh, it's an anime episode where they're just standing in front of them. Nice move from Jason, but Maru takes it. Oh my goodness. Again, the stoicism. You see the excitement of Maru there. Jason, again, having a rough day similar to Don Argus, facing Vermilion and Maru. Vermilion and Maru are on fire, kid.
And You know, Poch, that was a sobrang sayang na opportunity na yun because Kazumi was back there. Jason being the Jaguar that he was, we're gonna see that in the highlights here real quick, ladies and gents. Jason being the Jaguar that he was, he had the opportunity to throw him from back turn or the side, or he could have thrown out a 4-2-1 just to splat him. But Jason, unfortunately, misinputs and gets a down jab instead. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, just when you're in the heat of the moment, right? Especially if you're going up against Maru, the aura of intimidation is there. So again, these pro players are there for a reason and they have nerves of steel. But it's Maru's resolve that was able to get him 3 points against Jason. We're seeing the highlights here in Twilight Conflict. Maru and Jason, can I just say, potential match of the day because they always go the full final rounds. Even though it was a 2-1 in favor of Maru, Jason really brought it. He's just got to put it together for him to get more points. And he will, I'm sure he's going to do that and come back in full form in day 3.
And you can really tell that Maru knows Jason's playstyle so well that you can tell that they played each other for the longest time. That Jason almost immediately could take the games that Maru could have taken in no round rounds. Jason really doesn't go out without a fight.
He does not. He really just takes it to the limit and really leaves his heart and soul on the line here. But here we see the unfortunate sequence there, down jab, and then the Crimson Dawn. Again, there's so much pressure on these players, and they try their best to stay at 100%. But Maru, again, showing like he's one of the vets here. So, again, congratulations to Maru. Jason, we will see him in day 3 to get more points. But we're going to move on to our next match. New players on the screen here. We got Kunicat versus Machinehead.
Okay. I mean, I understand why you would say that, right? Again, guys, Machinehead versus Kunicat. It's been mentioned before that Kunicat does not have a good track record when it comes to fighting against 2D characters. And what do you know? Machinehead, since season 1 of the Nationals, has been a Geese player for the longest time.
Yeah, I would tell you this though. Kunicat has been improving. I know that it took him. He had a little rough days here and there, but he has been running it against Geese mains. I think he was able to take it against Hapon. I'm not quite sure, but he did face some 2D characters. But this is another milestone in his redemption arc here, because in their previous meeting, Machinehead versus Kunicat did get it 2-1 in favor of Machinehead, and you just see here the highlights of this Geese versus Kunimitsu. I wonder if Kunicat will be sticking with the Kunimitsu, but player profile here on Machinehead's side, that Geese has been coming out. Elisa, not actually, yeah, I maybe might bring out the Elisa, but knowing Kunicat might be the Geese or the Fakamram, who knows?
Yeah.
60% and total picks of 5.
Yeah, they really want to exploit that weakness from Kunicat with the struggles of the 2D fighting the 2D characters. Here we have Kunicat with the Kunimitsu pick, 56%, 3 picks on the Marduk with 67, which is in response to 2D characters, 3 picks on Shaheen, and a win rate of 50%. Now, mind you, Kunicat was the one who also brought down Machinehead or Hapon and AK, who were both using Geese.
Yeah, he was, and Machinehead being very mysterious here. But Kunicat, you saw him there being actually just very stoic with how he approaches these matches. This rivalry has been there since the first Challenger. This was the grand finals in the first Challenger series, and Machinehead was on the cusp of actually winning, resetting it, but Kunicat denying it. Just showing his play style with Kunimitsu is not one to look past. So really excited to see his Kunimitsu come out, because he has been getting notable wins, as you mentioned, against Hapon, against AK. So wants to run it back against Machinehead, and we're going to see that happen in just a bit.
And it really goes to show how good of a coach Nature Lover is, because, without the guidance of Nature Lover, Kunicat would have struggled to hell with the 2D characters. And big shout outs to Nature Lover guys for just showing the amount of support that Kunicat really needs. And speaking of coach, Machinehead does have Pika by his side. Oh my goodness.
Someone to for sure hone and also improve the play style he already has. Pika again being one of the coaches there, just unlocking the full potential of a lot of players. But Kunicat as well, I think with him and Nature Lover, that's definitely a tandem to worry about if you're going up against them. You see that Kunicat, again, very energetic with how he approaches the game as well as his play style. Really wants to implore a lot of mix-ups. He even said it in a lot of interviews. I hope my opponents know how to read my mix-ups because I'm not going to change my play style.
And try saying that in front of Machinehead, right? It's gonna be quite the task. I'm not saying that Machinehead can't be mixed up. Machinehead, despite the name, is still a human being.
Yes.
So
Yes.
if you can mix up the iron walls of defense, the SMO boys, you're good to go.
Yeah. So the keys to victory here for Kunicat is definitely overwhelm Machinehead with options. As you mentioned, you know what? You can't block forever. You know what? The defense is there, but you can only defend so many times, especially with the amount of output that Kunicat brings to the table, the amount of back turn mix-ups, crouch mix-ups, dash mix-ups. There's a lot to consider going up against Kunikat's Kunimitsu.
And speaking of a lot to consider, there's also a lot to consider when fighting a Geese because, you have to guess whether or not he's going for the high string or if he's going for the mid or the low. There's so many things to think about, especially if you're in low on health, right? If you're low on health and Geese has the health advantage, he's just gonna run away. He will not approach you, especially coming from a guy that that Machinehead plays like. He will run away with a life lead, similar to Hapon plays it.
Yeah, he will definitely not risk it, especially going up against a player like Kunicat. And as you mentioned, Kunimitsu does struggle and does have to gamble a lot when she wants to get back the life lead. So here we have it. Same cast of characters here. Geese versus Kunimitsu and going to the arena.
This just as predicted, Machinehead with the Geese, Kunicat with the Kunimitsu. Although there will be adjustments made for Kunicat here because Kunicat did take it against Hapon and AK last time. But let's see him take it against Machinehead, the Geese of the Nationals.
And that's the thing, right? With the Nationals, all eyes are on you. I'm sure that Machinehead and also the Omega Brothers did their homework to try and figure out how to approach this matchup. But you could say the same thing for Kunicat as well. 60 to 40% in favor of Omega, though.
Round one.
And a lot of people would expect the same thing, right? Kunicat, though, might be the dark horse of this entire league. Down 4 counter hits, does not follow up with the back 3. Kunicat looking for the adjustments already. Here we go. What's the mix-up?
Goes for those lows. Now, it's so important for you to set the pace and not let Geese get the bar in this first round. And Kunicat is doing that, stifling Machinehead with these options as well as these lows. Now we see the Repukins come out. We've seen Kunicat deal with this and also get shut down. Let's see what Machinehead's going to do. Oh, nice block on that. Whoa!
My goodness! What a read by Machinehead. You know what? I think he forced. I think the right idea there was he forced Kunicat to force to full crouch and then read him to do the full crouch down forward 3. Smart plays from Machinehead.
That's what you're dealing with. He's from the future, ladies and gentlemen. He has a machine for a head. He's done all the calculations. But again, Kunicat really has to overwhelm him with a lot of options here. Fighting his way out of the wall, he does have a significant life differential. Nice escape by Machinehead, but at least Kunikat's back is not against the wall.
Back 3-2. What a duck by Kunicat. That could have been really scary. Falls up with the combo, dropped unfortunately. Still has the Oki situation, gets the guaranteed. Kunicat takes it back in round 2 immediately.
Back and forth they go. Machinehead does have a VAR, so Kunicat has to worry about that. So far, though, he is not backing down from a fight, but he will back down to that activation of max mode. Nice conversion there. Machinehead collects huge damage.
This is a new kind of Machinehead that I've seen before because he spent his stick of butter, his meter right away. And Kunicat catches him with a 2-hit combo, and now we're gonna go to the other side of the stage.
Yeah, he wants to fight offense with offense, but Kunicat lives and breathes under offense. Look at that. Third round goes to Kunicat. Machinehead now has to build that meter once again to threaten Kunicat with some more offense.
The iron wall is being torn apart and Kunikat's rushing in. He wants this win so badly, just to let everyone know, just to prove everyone wrong.
Definitely storming the gates here and trying to tear down this wall. But Machinehead with a sizable life lead. Kunicat can't turn this thing around though. Cartwheel just to get in, but then try to go for those back turn mix-ups just to keep the options in check here. Machinehead though, one more poke away, but look at that, gets the Hurricane Rana. Oh, and the Warp Strike!
One more mix-up could do with Kunicat. This could be the end of it. Goes for the full catch mix-ups again. One more hit. Rage Drive finishes it off. Kunicat with game 1.
Kidding me. Wow, what patience from Kunicat there. That activation of that Rage Drive. Knew that, he's constantly improving. We're seeing a constant evolution from both these players. Machinehead bringing more offense to the table, while Kunicat stepping on the brakes just a little bit because he's known to really rush players down. But now we're seeing some patience and some development in his playstyle.
Kunicat really evolving into a lion here. Kuni Lion, guys. Again,
Yay.
The evolution from this guy is insane. From having a really bad track record against fighting 2D characters to having a cakewalk when fighting them against Machinehead at that. So good. Now, you can see Machinehead calculating what can he do, what type of maintenance can I do to my body, to my head.
Exactly. And it's good to praise this one match, but then again, this is Machinehead we're talking about. He can make the adjustments. So it's right that Kunicat is consulting with his other Ultra Warriors here because he's not out of the woods yet. Machinehead can come out of this stronger, maybe even bring another character to the table because, as we mentioned before, Kunicat has been showing time and time again he can handle 2D characters now. Maybe they should flip that script because that narrative has completely changed because he seemed so comfortable against one of the best Geeses here in the Nationals.
And that is what it takes to be part of the Nationals Pro League. You gotta adjust however you can. You gotta play out of your minds all day, every day, and Kunicat is showing us just that. Although, it's still just game 1. You've mentioned it, Poch, and I'll say it again. Machinehead is the type of guy to not let you off on just that one win. He will want some revenge.
And it's really interesting to see how Kunicat will still maintain that type of play style. You know, that controlled aggression he presented. Still sticking with Geese Howard as Machinehead, but going to Dragon's Nest, a significantly smaller stage here. I guess doesn't want to let Kunicat roam around and really have the utilization of movement on his side.
And it's going to be really weird in terms of wall situations because there will be a lot of sidewall saves lives scenarios here in the Dragon's Nest because of how weirdly shaped it is. But that does not bother Geese even just a bit because he still has a wall combo when it comes to sidewalls. So let's see if Machinehead applies it.
All right, let's see how they're going to be able to adjust to the stage here and who will capitalize first. We see Machinehead getting jab heavy at the start, but Kunicat answering back with some lows. Tries to go into those cartwheels again. Oh, nice punish on the hop knee there by Machinehead.
Kunicat almost caught pressing. That could have been a really bad counter hit for him. Machinehead slowly pushing Kunicat to the wall. Up against it this time. He's trying to get away from it. Pressure is on. Machinehead with the aggression. Kunicat's just one hit away from rage, and there it is.
Oh man, 2 more jabs. Oh, got him out of the air. Machinehead was ready. And Kid, he's getting real jab heavy here.
He wants the aggression in Kunicat. There it is again. Force crouch, and he goes for another bet. And Machinehead sidestep 3. The Hunting Hawk. Kunicat tries to answer back with the aggression. He spends his meter again.
Yeah, and you know, Kunicat really lives and dies by the mix-up, and as Inha say, you know, 50% of the time it works every time. So let's see if it works for him now. Machinehead though, getting the wall combo, optimizing it, earns a meter in the process.
Ooh, caught jumping also. Out in the air you go. You're a cat. You should be on the ground, says Machinehead.
Yeah, but look at this. Kunicat, again, as we mentioned, as the heart of a lion here, continues to push for the offense. Nice block so far from Kunicat, trying to open up Machinehead. Gets the wall splash. This is huge for Kunicat.
Puts Machinehead at rage. gotta continue this momentum or else Machine Head's gonna take it back. We know how much of a dump truck of a damage Machine Head can do with the Geese.
Uh-oh. And now we see some blocks coming out of Kunicat. Be very careful. And Kunicat gets the round. So, and really important here that the momentum shifted back to the neutral here. Can he continue this? Machine Head will activate. Kunicat catches him off the air, gets the screw.
Now back 3 coming in from Kunicat, also slowly pushing Machine Head to that wall. He does have one stick of butter. I'm just reminding everyone here. Good break on that throw, but Kunicat still has the momentum here. Not pressing even just a bit, gets caught by that last hit.
In the back, and his back is against the wall here. He will have to defend. Oh, and then just Machine Head getting rid of Maximo. Nice hop kick from Kunicat. Oh, continues the combo a little too strong there. Machine Head now put in rage.
Both players are at rage. He spends his immediately and takes it to a final round. This has been the second time Kunicat catches Machine Head with that rage drive.
He's been on point, 2 for 2 with those rage drive. Machine Head, oh, a little too much lows there. Kunicat said, goes for that low parry and puts Machine Head against the wall.
Again, the down back 3s have been adding up for Machine Head one way or another. He's gonna have to block them because he does not want it to add up for him. Machine Head spends his stick of butter immediately. This is so unlike Machine Head, guys.
Yeah, but Kunicat getting rid of that butter, one less thing to worry about because the comeback factor is going to be a lot harder for Machine Head. Kunicat again trying to wear down the wall, goes for strings, and Machine Head gets caught up in all of that, gets entangled. One more poke will do it for Machine Head though.
Oh, almost threw that away, but that is a 2-0 for Kunicat, and that's exceeding expectations here. Machine Head falters by the hands of Kunicat.
And Kunicat just realizing that he is, again, just scratching his head there, just relieved because a victory, getting 3 points is good. Getting 3 points over Machine Head is a feat on its own. 2-0 on the side of Machine Head. And I'm just going to say it, the Ultra Warriors are looking in great shape.
They really are. The Ultra Warriors here, Poch. They're stepping it up. Machine Head looking a bit flustered in that game, and we'll see that flustering here in the highlights because Kunicat played that out so well. Machine Head was playing out of his comfort zone. He was taking more risks here and there by spending his meter when he hasn't built up a second one. That's the Machine Head that we know, Punch.
Yeah, that's the pattern we always see, and him being a little more aggressive just showed that he tried bringing something new to the table. Kunicat, though, showing that his defense is still on point, as even with his back was against the wall in terms of life, he was able to bring it around, and it was this sequence here that just that stunned everyone with how he was able to, all his mix-ups, all his baits and his reads were so good. But here, when we went to Dragon's Nest, Machine Head was dominating the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, and speaking of dominating, Kunicat just came back from it and just played more patiently. I don't know what to describe it, but Kunicat just played it so perfectly well.
Yeah, he's becoming a rounded esports athlete, if you would. He's not the same Kunicat we saw in the Challenger series. As we mentioned, it's the evolution of Kunicat. Kunicat with the heart of a lion. Even when his life is in peril and he's in rage, he will continue to fight that good fight, and we saw that on display. 3 points for Kunicat. Not the last we'll see of both these players because they have some matches ahead. Machine Head, though, really wants to get more points on the board because Vermilion did step it up, so he pushed him at the lower at the lower half of the standings.
And the better standings you have here today will reflect on the standings on the playoffs you will have. So Machine has really got to step it up. The smart Omega boys are gonna have to put some maintenance on this guy, as well as for Jules, because these guys aren't joking, Poch. And my goodness, we've had some great matches. Do you have any more words to say about this?
I'm just so excited to see more amazing matches come in. So I hope everyone tunes in and supports their favorite players because they need it more than ever now for them to get into the playoffs.
Absolutely. And guys, that has been the first half of the matches. and we really enjoyed those sets. And I really enjoyed this. There's nothing else to say. Those was just really good, and everyone's predictions have been, shaken up a bit. But we'll find that out in the second half. But for now, we'll have to say goodbye. This has been Kid again, and with me is Hot Spice, and we will be right back. Stay tuned.
Naghasik ng lagim si Signal Ultra, sorry. Signal Ultra Warriors Vermilion at si BRE Maru. At mukhang off day ngayon para kay Happy Feet Emperors Don Argus at LPE JS5N sa unang kalahati dito sa The Nationals Tekken Conference Group Stage Day 2. Pero tuloy pa rin ang laban dito sa second half kung saan masaksihan natin ang Clash of the Titans between SMO Jules at AK. Later on, my name is Dr. Jimmy and with me is Ernest Young Rafiki Buzon. How are you, brother?
It's been a great day dito sa The National Season 3 Pro League Group Stage Day 2. It's been so far a Day 2-0 basically. Day 2-0 has been going on for a while. Kasi kung tingnan natin, it's been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 dun sa unang kalahati ng ating Day 2. And now we might see that momentum continue. Because everyone right now wants to rack up as much points as possible because the playoffs are looming in the distance. The shadow of the playoffs. They're so scared of that. And speaking of the tournament, this tournament is under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusement Board. And honestly, this has been such a great day for everyone involved, and we're probably going to see much more Tekken here today.
And let's take a look at our schedule for the day because mukhang mainit ang mga laban. Right now, we are seeing SEO Hapon versus Coffee Prince. It's a doubleheader for Coffee Prince as he's also going up against Kunicat. And this will be his run back because last time these two met, Kunicat took it over Kape.
And of course, after that is going to be Smart Omega's Machinehead facing off against AK. And AK is going to end the day against Smart Omega's Jules. And sinabi naman ng nina Poch at Kid and of course Eliza, it really seemed like a reverse role from season 2 as we're gonna see in the standings now.
And as it looks, there it is. Wow, Maru has a stolen top spot. Of course, si Jules has yet to play later on today. And mukhang isa lang yung game ni Jules today. Wow. Jules, of course, is still there, sitting pretty, 25 points. Vermilion has boosted into 24 points after getting 6 points. Ang galing ni Vermilion during the first half. And Coffee Prince and Hapon have yet to play, so they haven't moved at all in the standings. Just yet.
Not just yet. And of course, they're going to have to face off against each other. But before that, here in the second half, Kunicat with such a strong showing with that 2-0, getting to 20 points himself. Machinehead being the victim, staying at 20 points for now. Dito naman natin, ang Lost Auto Group Playbook Esports duo between JS5N and AK tied at 17 points. And at the bottom is Happy Feet Emperors Don Argus with 12 points. And you can see how tight the competition is getting just looking at these points. They're so close. Even Don Argus can easily claw his way up with a simple 2-0.
Yeah, with a good 6-point day, Don Argus boosts himself to 18. But no, remember that JS5N couldn't get a single point today, so this gives AK an opportunity to get out of that bottom 3 or bottom 2 standing. But we have a special video for you guys, a special mute video, and I believe this is the Lost Playbook Eagles boys, right?
If I remember correctly, it's the Happy Feet Emperors mute challenge actually.
Okay.
And of course, we're gonna have a lot of mute challenges for you guys, but for now, we're gonna take a look at this one as we're gonna see how Don Argus and Coffee Prince are gonna go at it. Woo!
Hi guys, my name is Coffee Prince from Happy Feet Emperors and kasama ko ngayon ang aking teammate Don Argus.
Hi guys, Don Argus here. Puting pating. Puting pating.
Puting patis?
Puting pating.
Puting pating?
Tawa, puting pating. Patis. Puting pating. Wala akong patis. Ano bang S yun? Puting pating. Mukha ang S. Pero puting pating.
Di pa ako naliligo.
Di
pa ako naliligo.
Di pa ako.
Naliligo.
Di pa ako naliligo. Hindi naman yan eh. Di pa ako naliligo.
Tama ba? Tama. pero hindi totoo yun ah.
In fairness, nag-enjoy ako. Thank you sa may pakanan nitong game.
Salamat.
Thank you.
Hi guys! I'm inviting you guys to watch the National Season 3 Tekken 7 Pro League.
Starting May 12, 2021, every Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday, live at the Nationals FB page.
This is the Nationals. Ito ang Liga ng mga Kampiyon.
Wow.
Totoo ba? Di pa ako naliligo. Parang ano eh.
The puting pating na hindi pa naliligo. That is that's a very nice, dynamic between the two Happy Feet Emperors boys. But if you want to catch the full video, catch that on the Nationals Facebook page and YouTube page. But we have to move on. Let us see who we have up next dito sa second half of the Nationals group stage day 2. And there it is. STIE Olympians Hapon going up against Happy Feet Emperors Coffee Prince.
Yep, and you can see the head-to-head record here so much in favor of Coffee Prince. The last time they met was in Play-Ins Day 2, and they pulled out their legacy characters basically here with Hapon, with the Eddie, Coffee Prince with this Steve, and it was a close match. And nasabi naman natin before that these guys were former teammates. Hapon was in Happy Feet before, now in the hands of STIE Olympians, and these two guys, I've said it before and I'll say it again, they know each other a little too well, and that's why it's going to be such an exciting match to see.
For me, this is a real classic matchup between two of the country's best. These two have, of course, been teammates not just here on the Nationals but also on the international stage as well. I remember them taking a 2 versus 2 championship together, and here are the stats of Hapon. His Eddie has been great, his Leroy phenomenal, and his Geese pretty strong, and he has currently a 56% win rate. Always a strong contender.
And of course, we have to talk about his opponent, which is Happy Feet Emperor's Coffee Prince, with the 8 picks of Steve, 7 picks of Leroy, and 9 picks of Fakum Ram. His Fakum Ram has been giving him so much mileage throughout this entire third season, both in the play-ins and both in here in our group stages. And he looks like he's gonna continue that momentum kasi napakainit talaga ng kape ngayon with Coffee Prince.
I'm sure he has had his coffee for the day to prepare him for this match. I wonder if he drinks coffee. He probably drinks coffee siguro right before a match so that he can hype himself up, because for sure these players have their regular process, the regular routines before they start the fight.
Of course, there's always a lot of those pre-match rituals that honestly really do help in psyching you up. We do have, like, a lot of athletes, a lot of players always have that. They have things to make themselves prepare. You, Doc, like, you're a player yourself. Like, how would you mentally prepare yourself? Like, what are your rituals?
I play hungry. I don't eat. I eat one meal at the start of the day to give myself energy. Pero come tournament time, bawal lunch, bawal dinner until I'm out.
Parang gustong-gusto mo talaga yung prize money yung gagamitin para para
for sure
gastos ng pagkain. Pero right now, enough about us and more about them, as we're gonna go into our first game here between STIE Olympians Hapon and Happy Feet Emperor's Coffee Prince. Lydia being pulled out here. Finally, we're seeing more and more of Lydia as the days go by, as Hapon finally pulls it out against Coffee Prince's Fakum Ram.
And this is an interesting pick. I think this is the first time that we've seen Lydia from Hapon. And then, of course, Coffee Prince's Fakum Ram. Yesterday's Fakum Ram went up against AK and didn't do too hot. But let's see, how he bounces back today up against Hapon's Lydia.
Wow, immediately after getting hit Hapon throws a hop kick on hit stun. This man is crazy, but you gotta get a little bit crazy if you're up against somebody that you know. And immediately those counter hits are coming out as Coffee Prince is right now not in a good spot by the wall, but immediately a power low comes out.
Right, and beautiful ender right there for Hapon. He had to end that round because we all know the potential that Pakumram has to make comebacks. And great decision there from Hapon. And you brought up, Hapon really playing Coffee Prince to how he knows him. That is the dynamic when you are playing against someone who's such a good friend.
Absolutely, you have to, and at this point, like, Hapon's being absolutely unpredictable because we know Hapon as, oh my god, he threw another hop kick! Just as I was saying, we know Hapon as a bit more stoic, a bit more defensive, but right now, he's going crazy against Coffee Prince, knowing that if he gives Coffee Prince a little bit of space, there can be an entire arm being ripped out of him.
And nahuli siya sa low parry ni Coffee Prince. Hapon probably throwing that hop kick of unfamiliarity. That's what I'm going to call it right now because Hapon is really making great use of being unpredictable in this match. But right now he is down in life. He can try to go for a comeback here. He does have the rage. He has the potential. With Lydia, go straight for the rage. Oh my goodness! The stutter right there, using all of those stances, and he does make the comeback.
You had to guess. Sooner or later, you had to guess. By the wall, Heaven and Earth stance was on you. You have to find a way to, like, you have to guess one way or another because there's an unblockable high. There's a high that leads into an unblockable. There's of course a lot of mid options, and if I'm not mistaken, are there low options to Heaven and Earth stance? Well, I'll get to that later. Pero of course, that is like, once again, these two players know each other too well. They can't give each other an inch because every single inch counts, and the moment you give a little bit of space to either one, they will go party. They will take that space and they will overtake whatever safety you have.
And one thing that I also want to bring up that we weren't able to point out earlier, the talent picks have this match at 50-50. And that's exactly what these two players bring to the table. Their skill level, their execution, their reads on each other, right? It's really hard to tell who could win. But I think, again, that unfamiliarity factor that Hapon brought to that game really gave him the edge there, even though it was a no-round round, right? All of the rounds were super close, and he just edged it out. And I think that tiny unfamiliarity factor with the Lydia got it for him.
It really did, but then again, sure, it is familiar in a matchup sense, simply because Don Argus has pulled it out against Coffee Prince during their face-off, but this is Hapon's Lydia we're talking about, a completely different story, and that's where the unfamiliarity factor comes in, because you hardly see this character, and now she's being pulled out as strongly as possible, and now Coffee Prince defaulting to the Leroy and RNGing into an infinite stage. Let's see whose neutral is better, simply because of the fact that infinite stages promote a lot of movement, promote a lot of this, a lot of sidestepping, a lot of backdashing. And let's see who can utilize the space better.
Both these characters, of course, are really scary with or without the wall. Let's see how they bring it out. That was a beautiful parry there from a Coffee Prince to start things off. Right after getting hit from Hapon, but Hapon now immediately going for the high-low mix-ups. Beautiful block there from Coffee Prince. He gets to start his offense.
And let's see if the coffee starts boiling, because right now, Coffee Prince with one hell sweep, putting Hapon one pixel away from rage. A single mix-up can change anything, and now Hapon gets taken out. 1 round for Coffee Prince here in Game 2, and this Leroy is paying off.
I love how Coffee Prince just really used his life advantage and took control of the final seconds of that match. Hapon was just frozen and didn't know what to do.
Yep, absolutely, because once again, it's another guessing game. Leroy is a bit harder to guess against in comparison to Lydia. But just as I say that, a parry comes out, and Hapon guesses right, and he responds to the parry of his own!
Oh my goodness, but Hapon right back again with that launcher of unfamiliarity, and Coffee Prince responds immediately with a rage drive. What a back and forth.
Hapon with really well-timed hop kicks, but Coffee Prince does not care. He did have the life lead, so he could spend one guess into his disadvantage. But right now, Coffee Prince getting poked out here by Hapon. There's the stance. Heaven, Earth, what's it gonna be? But right now, Coffee Prince is gonna look for a comeback, but Hapon is refusing to give any space.
Beautiful how Hapon is just really controlling the match. Excellent whiff punish there on the cane. A total change of pace here for Hapon, being a little bit more cautious now. Even after that really scary flurry of a round 2, it takes round 3, and he needs to take this round if he wants to prevent Coffee Prince from taking a game. He wants to get those 3 points.
And one thing to note is the fact that Coffee Prince does not have the cane anymore, so he can backdash as freely as he can, because that's one of the biggest targets that you have to keep track of. And immediately, the Wing Chun punch is coming out. There's a trade here. Hapon and Coffee Prince, a few pixels away from Rage. A single mix-up can put a comeback factor right now, but there it is! There's the hop kick!
The hop kick of unfamiliarity from Hapon. He is going crazy with his hop kicks. Speaking of hop kick, there's an orbital, but not much coming from Coffee Prince right there. Missed opportunity to get more damage. He left some on the table, and looks like Hapon might be trying to pick up the scraps here as he continues to poke away at Coffee Prince's life.
Oh my goodness. Coffee Prince having a small misinput there, but in the end, like, he has to shake it off and come back. But right now, the life lead slightly belongs to Hapon, pero once again, Leroy can have that comeback factor, and kumukulo na yung kape as Hapon is enraged. There's the hell sweep trade!
Wow, amazing awareness there from Coffee Prince. Nakita niya yung trade, and he was able to get just enough damage to eke out that round, and the score is 1 apiece. It is exactly as we have predicted. It's 50-50 straight down the line.
Fitty all day, and let's see what's it gonna be for Hapon. He does have the winner's advantage, namely the stage change, the stage select, the character select, all within his grasp. He can mix up Coffee Prince into an area where he's into a stage where he's less comfortable with, or he could come into character select and go straight into someone like, say, Geese. If I remember correctly, he does have a Vacuum Ram. We might see the Eddie. We might even see a Noctis. For all things considered, I'm not entirely sure what he might choose here from here on out.
It's going to be tough. These decisions, right? Especially when you have a first to 2 battle. You know, for Coffee Prince, he loses the first game. He had to make that decision to take one back. And ngayon, the tables have turned. It's now Hapon's turn to make a choice here. And this choice will determine whether he takes this 3rd game or he digs himself a hole and loses in the end. So, napakahirap talaga when you are put in this situation to make all these choices. A lot of things come into play. And as our co-caster Watch na maanghang likes to say, no, this is the analysis paralysis part. Can you prevent yourself from being paralyzed and make the right decision? And this is so tough for any player.
And honestly, your mental stack gets overwhelmed knowing how there's so much on the line dito sa the National Season 3. Kasi once again, only 8 people can go through and every point matters. And we have already said before, a single win can swing the rankings all the way up or all the way down. Ooh. And nakita naman natin na how close this is kasi this is our first 2-1 of the day or first sure. So we might see the 2-1 go in favor of Hapon or Coffee Prince. It really just goes down to see whether or not Hapon can overwhelm the analysis paralysis or whether or not Coffee Prince's Leroy card has expired.
And a quick reality check, guys. We are going to say goodbye to 2 players on Sunday. There are only 3 more days after today from the group stage. So this is crunch time para sa lahat ng mga players who are left. No, 10 players left. Only 8 will move on to the playoffs. So this is a big fight for these 2. And there you go, sticking to the same stage, but going to the morning.
Yep. you want to see you want to have long walks on the beach early in the morning, you know, like it's a bit more zen that way, calms you down. And of course, calming down is definitely the answer that you want against somebody as overwhelming as Leroy. And now Hapon choosing to stick with the infinite stage means he's confident in his neutral, he's confident in his pick, and now he's confident in the stage itself, and he doesn't want to give Coffee Prince any more space with wall damage.
And in all honesty, Hapon's Lydia has been really effective. All the games have been close. It's probably just a minor adjustment that he has to commit to here. But Coffee Prince now with a huge lead. Huli ka! The low gets blocked, and Coffee Prince with the appropriate punish, taking round number 1.
And you've noticed Coffee Prince and Hapon actually in the first round specifically, they've been moving conservatively. Kahit yung backdash, like they just did it in small increments, and although it's been a poke war so far, but now the volume has been turning up, and immediately good duck from Coffee Prince, but once again another misinput into that combo.
And these misinputs really tell you how much, you know, the heat of the battle really makes it difficult for you to perform and execute. And even for these pro players, it does happen. Missing a punish right there probably. I'm not sure exactly how many frames that was, but here comes Hapon, and he baits the parry. That was so beautiful.
The off time off that hop kick, Coffee Prince read Hapon, but it turns out Hapon was in a different page altogether. Pero tingnan natin anong magagawa ni Coffee Prince dito as he has the life lead and immediately goes for the parry, and Hapon already at 50 health.
And you know, having characters with parry really changes the dynamic of the match, especially when there's familiarity on board here. But Coffee Prince though, playing extremely solid that round. Strong defense, good counter poke, and he is now on a set point.
Oh my goodness, Coffee Prince looking for an option here. Immediately good punishment from Hapon, but the parry immediately after from Coffee Prince, and now they're looking for their spaces. Elsewhere, that would have been hell on earth should Coffee Prince continue the string, because Hapon was so in range for the hop kick. Coffee Prince looking for the counter hit, and now 50 health for both of them, 50% I mean, and it's a guessing game between the two of them.
And back and forth we go in favor of Coffee Prince. The head massage, though the wake up 4 does return for Hapon, and the rage drive finding its mark. A big combo drop and a punish there from Coffee Prince. Anything can happen here. Wow, the rising 4 just closes it out for Hapon. Double Luigi, ladies and gentlemen.
Final round between the two of them as they go into this game 3 with all pistons unlocked. And right now, Coffee Prince has the life deficit, and Hapon is keeping himself kosher, keeping it conservative as much as possible. And Coffee Prince throws a parry immediately after.
This is a tough situation for both players. You can imagine their heart rates rising right now. Nice coming from Coffee Prince, but Hapon still in kill range here. 30 seconds left. Holy cow! Big block there coming from Hapon, but he puts Coffee Prince in rage. And rage is a factor. It is not. Hapon with a delayed hop kick closes it out.
That delayed hop kick was trying to stop a lot of options there from Coffee Prince. Should it be a wake up mid kick, then Hapon takes damage. Should it be a wake up low kick, then it was an instant launch for Coffee Prince. And Hapon guessed right. And that was incredibly dangerous of a gamble. But once again, you have to live dangerously when you're fighting against an opponent as scary as Coffee Prince, as somebody who knows you in and out.
Ooh, the true definition of a 50-50 down to the last minute. You saw both of them, no? Nag-trade sila ng buhay all the way down to the final seconds. But Hapon with the right read at the right time. And it's tough, you know, ang hirap talaga being able to read your opponent, because your opponent is also trying to read you. And let's take a look back at that. If I'm not missing it was 5 rounds all the way.
Yep, absolutely. And we're gonna see how the back and forth went. The Facum round wasn't the answer for Hapon's Lydia. I think Hapon used the Lydia as an answer to the Facum round, and you could see no care in the world. Hop kick lang ng hop kick. Kahit bawal yung hop kick, nag-hop kick pa rin. And that's what Hapon's been doing against Coffee Prince. And immediately Coffee Prince responds with the Leroy, tries to mix Hapon up, and it really did pay off well. Kasi once again, Coffee Prince found the rhythm, and that's why the rhythm changed immediately dito dun sa game 3 afterwards.
And it's so hard to make these decisions. You have to take note of your opponent's options. You have to take note of your options. And these two, they make it look like they were on level, right? They were level. Both of them were playing so high, but it's really hard to call out the winner. I think if we went to a next game, I would think Coffee Prince would win that, and we'd be at 2-2 again.
Yeah, mag-game 5 tayo dun. Pero that, once again, it really was one of those really, really close matches. Like, I could even call it match of the day candidate for day 2 dito. But speaking of matches, Coffee Prince is still not out of the frying pan or out of the fire yet, as he's gonna face off against Signal Ultra Warriors Kunicat.
Ooh, really being put through the ringer here. Through the fire and the flames, Coffee Prince is going to carry on. He has not won a game against Kunicat yet. They have met just once, and Coffee Prince brought out 2 characters, but Kunicat, I think, he pulled off what I would say was an upset. Coffee Prince being the veteran that he is, and Kunicat being the young rookie.
Yep, absolutely. And that was an exclamation point for Kunicat entering the Nationals here. Here in our Pro League, and it really made a statement. And even then, it was such a hard-fought match. Kasi once again, this is Coffee Prince. Clutch is in his veins. Ice is in his veins. And, you want that iced coffee, you gotta take care of it sooner or later. And Kunicat did so well with that Kunimitsu pick. And I know Coffee Prince wants revenge, but you could see his Kunimitsu, his Marduk, his Shaheen, all have been completely effective.
I mean, a 50% win rate after 24 games, that's really good. But speaking of win rates, moving on with Coffee Prince, he did lose the match earlier, but it was extremely close. Really consistent once again with his Leroy and Pacom Ram. He hasn't really brought out Steve that whole much. He has picked him 8 times so far, but I feel like we haven't seen enough of Coffee Prince's Steve. And there we go, the players there on the screens. I love just how Kunicat is wearing his jacket like a cape.
Yep, absolutely. Feeling like a total shinobi right now is Kunicat, and Coffee Prince looking like it's business as usual as he puts on the mask, puts on the headphones. He's ready to go, as Kunicat is giving some love to his fans. For all the fans out there, you gotta give your players some love, because all that energy is gonna transfer to them. It's their spirit bomb, ladies and gentlemen. They need that.
Yeah, Kunicat needs your chakra. I mean, I think he has developed quite a following so far. For his first stint here in the Nationals, he was very impressive in Challenger Series 1. He had a little hiccup during the draft series, but he got picked up anyway, and he has shown that he has deserved the pick, playing really, really well.
And let's not forget, the man is evolving.
Oh yeah.
The man is evolving so well with his Kunimitsu. Against Machinehead, he 2-0'd him today, just earlier today. And right now, that momentum is going to build up. And let's not forget, under the loving arms, he's surrounded by the loving arms of Vermilion and Nature Lover, two of the best players in this community. And let's see how he's going to face off against Coffee Prince's Brian. Oh, it's been a while since I've seen this.
2 Brians today, if I believe correctly. 1 from Maru earlier sa first half. And ngayon dito with Coffee Prince. So Barangay Brian, mag-ingay.
Let's go. Hashtag Barangay Brian. Let's go as we go into the Devil's Pit. Of course, a nice small stage that goes into an infinite in the 3rd round. And let's see, or when somebody's about to win, basically, as it's going to be cut to 50-50. Because we know how it's going to go. We know that Kunicat did beat Coffee Prince, but Coffee Prince right now, the clutch is slowly building up. As I say that, he blocks a slide immediately and puts Coffee Prince puts Kunicat into the wall. That's a -10 on the northern cross, if I remember correctly. And Kunicat immediately gets into rage.
This is a really, really strong round here from Coffee Prince. I see him immediately trying to establish, a mix-up game here, holding back just a little, even though he had Kunicat in the corner, trying to plant some seeds of doubt in his head. But right now, Kunicat looks like he has no doubt in his heart. But Coffee Prince retaliating right away with 2 straight soccer kicks here. And we are in the neutral. Ooh, big launch, but does not get anything after that. And Coffee Prince ready for everything.
Coffee Prince with those hatchet kicks, chopping at the legs of Kunicat, trying to plant once again those seeds of the mix-up, and immediately a soccer kick afterwards. A mid-soccer kick, I mean, as Coffee Prince gets the second round, and now we're at the infinite stage, and this is where Kunicat loves to shine, in the neutral.
And look for him to wake up here, and he looks like he is getting that patented ninja's throw. Perfect. The life immediately depleting for Coffee Prince. Kunicat now on board in this match.
Oh my goodness, a counter hit. Kunicat caught Crescent when it was Coffee Prince's string going up, and I don't blame him. I thought it was his turn too. But right now the grab mix-ups are coming in, and now Kunicat fully utilizing the powers of the infinite stage. Even though it's a bit red, it's an infinite nonetheless, and Coffee Prince is having a hard time. He's in rage.
And Kunicat looking to close this round out. Back one coming from Coffee Prince with throw there. And looking at the patience of Kunicat, this is a perfect time to be patient because you have the life lead and Coffee Prince wants to get something going. And this opens him up to mistakes just like that. Nice whip punish, and Kunicat methodically closes out that fourth round.
That back one missed by a hair, and Kunicat capitalized on it fully. Getting the plus after the hit stun, and immediately now Kunicat is fully aware of those hatchet kicks. Coffee Prince might go for the mix-up here, but instead he's the one getting mixed up by Kunicat as he's so close to rage. The rage is out, and let's see what Coffee Prince has. Hatchet kick.
Two straight trades right there from both players, but again, Kunicat being patient goes in for a little mix-up. Rage drive gets spent, and a huge counter hit here from Coffee Prince. How much damage can he do? There is no wall, and the rage drive gets stopped by the slash kick.
You gotta be kidding me! Letting that string rip, that down forward 2-3 rip immediately. He was never pulling it out. Kunicat thought it was his turn. Coffee Prince is not gonna let it rip because that's a minus 13 move. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna kill yourself with a punishable move? No. Coffee Prince knew that he was gonna press and gets that counter hit immediately.
There are times where you have to do it. The mind games and the situation really set things up right there for Coffee Prince. Put himself in a beautiful position. He had Kunicat feeling a little too complacent. Okay, sige, he's not gonna complete the string, but he does. Whoops, and Coffee Prince clutches out that game. But still, super close.
Super close. And now we see Coffee Prince's Brian after how many seasons? It's been 2 seasons, I think. Last time I saw it was in Season 1 Conference 2,
Wow.
if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe I have such a bad memory and he pulled it out in Season 2. Pero right now, we have to look at what Kunicat has for options. He does love the infinite stages. Most likely, he's probably going to stick with the Kunimitsu. Let's be honest here, it really worked well in his favor, I mean. And especially on the infinite side of things. And it was such a close match, so we're probably going to see the infinite Azure being pulled out here by Kunicat. And of course, that also neutralizes Brian's wake-up options by the wall.
True, and I mean, in that final moment, right, Kunicat still had an opportunity by spending that rage drive, but Coffee Prince went for the right option. The fact that there was no wall in that final area of the stage meant that, Brian lost so much damage, and this is what Kunicat wants to continue on. He wants to go for infinite all the way and his advantage.
Yep, and Kunicat is looking for these options, but the 3+4 here from Coffee Prince, along with the rest of his moves, are gonna stop him from doing so. But right now, Kunicat still has his turn, and immediately Coffee Prince takes that away by putting some more damage.
Wow, crazy round so far from both players. But the throw here, no break from Coffee Prince. Kunicat spending the rage drive immediately. Look out for the Brian rage drive as well. The trade, who is going to take this round? A down 4 from Coffee Prince does the trick.
Oh my god. This stuff is crazy right now. Coffee Prince ducking actually at certain strings that Kunicat has. Not afraid of, fully aware actually of the matchup in hand. And right now, Coffee Prince looking for some options, gets punished for finishing that string, and now Kunicat gets the life lead and the grab mix-up gets broken.
Right, Kunicat with the life lead indeed. Coffee Prince hanging by a thread, and my own down 4 to close out the round. para kay Kunicat. We're tied at 1 round apiece. We haven't really seen Kunicat take full advantage of the stage. Now he's looking to do that with the back flips and back dashes. But he has been using the dash mix-up so well.
And he's been sidestepping Coffee Prince really well. Since he is a Tekken veteran, he knows where Brian's weak side is. And just as I say that, Coffee Prince is also aware of this matchup, looking for the side steps after the dash, and immediately Kunicat goes for the hop kick.
I mean, I've had enough of your hatchet kicks there. Stop, please. But right now, Kunicat in excellent position. Rage Drive is spent. 99 problems, but Rage Drive isn't one right now for Kunicat. And look at the patience here. Coffee Prince really trying to press the issue with only 16 seconds left. Random Orbital doesn't find anything.
Oh, he was betting on the approach there from Kunicat. He might look for an orbital again, but Kunicat is fully aware of that. That's why he's not using the dash mix-ups a little too much, and Kunicat gets that whiff punish and gets the round as Coffee Prince breaks this throw.
And I really respect how Kunicat closed out that round. So poised, like a veteran. Of course, he has been playing this game for a while. Once you've been playing a fighting game for so long, you develop those instincts, and we're seeing that from every single pro player here.
Oh my goodness, Coffee Prince is getting poked to all hell, and the first grab finally goes through as Coffee Prince goes for a hatchet kick for his response.
Oh,
the hop
again!
kick from the backdash catches Coffee Prince.
Wow, Kunicat with 2 clutch hop kicks to clutch the final 2 rounds of this game, ties things up at 1 game apiece. And again, we have another 50-50 match. We're going to the final game. This could potentially go to the final round. And who knows, probably Coffee Prince, I think he's gonna stick to Brian, but just gonna change up the stage.
Yep, 50-50, 1-1. Right now, we're probably gonna see another 2-1. First half was a lot of 2-0s. First half was a very close set of 2-0s. Now we're seeing a bunch of close sets of 2-1s. And once again, the familiarity is coming up, right? The evolution is coming up. Kunicat has evolved more, and Coffee Prince's clutch gene is activating. Now let's see who has it better for today. Kasi once again, yung points talaga, napaka-importante talaga ng points. You need those to reach playoffs, and as you said, it's just 3 days. Sunday, tapos na yung group stage natin. Magpa-playoffs na tayo. And you need every single win as much as possible. And let's see what Coffee Prince does. Does he go for the Leroy, or will he stick with the Brian on a different stage?
We're about to see. There is the Leroy, and once again, Devil Spit. That is almost, siguro I can say, poetic that we're going back to this stage. A chance for Coffee Prince, to really utilize the walls and, really constrict the movement from Kunimitsu. This is going to be super fun. Look for Kunicat, to really try to scrape these first 2 rounds.
And honestly, this is as fair of a random stage as a random stage can be. There's the option of the walls that benefits Coffee Prince more than it does benefit Kunicat in a what do you call this, mindset sense. And it also has an infinite stage. And now Kunicat, guns a-blazing, is going to go straight at Coffee Prince. He wants to get as much rounds as possible before the infinite stage comes.
And every round right there is going to be so crucial. Almost a perfect right there. Coming from Kunicat, but closes it out with the patented down forward 1 here. First round to Kunicat. Things are looking good for this ninja.
Tingnan natin anong gawin ni Coffee Prince dito as he pulls out the Leroy, the parry being used, the orbital being used up there, and right now Kunicat looking for his turn, and they're backlashing, keeping the space as kosher as possible, and immediately the Wing Chun punches are coming out from Coffee Prince.
Taking advantage of that knockdown situation, getting a bit more damage right there is Coffee Prince. Beautiful break. Kunicat really going for the throws after that cartwheel mix-up. And right now, Coffee Prince looking to close out the round. Beautiful block there from Kunicat.
Oh my goodness, Kunicat uses the rage, and immediately Coffee Prince did not care and steals the turn back. And right now we're looking at these 2 players just going at it as they get 1 round apiece.
important round right now for these two. If Coffee Prince can take this round, he goes into the infinite stage with a 1-round lead. And a bit of insurance here. Kunicat, though, he wants to get insurance of his own by winning this round. Coffee Prince just ready for all those ninja teleports. And Kunicat now fighting from a life deficit.
Oh my goodness, the mini combo dealing a fair amount of damage there. Probably around 50 there as Kunicat is enraged. The Hell Sweep, 1 HP.
Oh.
What's it gonna be? The guessing game. And it's Coffee Prince getting the round.
Crazy. It looked like Coffee Prince went for the same string that Kunicat blocked, in the previous round here. But here we go, infinite state. Now Kunicat's time to shine. He has to take advantage. Beautiful parry from Coffee Prince, going straight into the mix-ups here. Kunicat not able to respond.
Dine-death march ni Coffee Prince si Kunicat ngayon at tingnan natin anong magagawa ni Kunicat. Is he gonna make the comeback? Is he gonna make the return of the comeback? And the option select being used. One more mix-up for Coffee Prince. The backdash, the spacing, and the DF1 from Coffee Prince as he finishes the game 2-1 in favor of him.
Nakabawi ang Prinsipe ng Kape this round, taking one back finally. It was the record at 1-1 basically. Pero beautiful adjustments there from Coffee Prince. Great choice going for the Leroy here. Really a varied offense because Leroy can be so tricky as a character, and he fully took advantage of that. And what a clutch moment there for Coffee Prince. Despite the infinite stage, he closes his out. Let's take a look back at the highlights.
As you could see sa highlights natin, we could see the versatility of Coffee Prince pulling out this Brian, scaring the hell out of Kunicat, to be honest, with this surprise pick. And let's be honest, Brian at the wall is one of the scariest characters out there simply because of the taunt setups and whatnot. And he already amassed such a good lead, good round lead, even when Kunicat was about to make a comeback.
And honestly, if Kunicat had probably gotten one round during the non-infinite stage, things might have gone differently. But he was on the verge of taking this when Coffee Prince just clutched it out right there. Second game, it was also extremely close. Despite the infinite stage, Coffee Prince making the appropriate changes to his game plan, was able to keep it as close as possible.
Yep, absolutely. Even here, even with 6 seconds and 1 HP, Coffee Prince still proved to be a threat. But in the end, Kunicat got his win over Coffee Prince. But now we're gonna look at the final sequence here, the final game between the two of them. Coffee Prince really maximizing the power of the Leroy here as he goes for these hell sweeps, he goes for these mix-ups. And sa last stage natin, sa infinite part, Kunicat got death marched repeatedly.
That was just the perfect opportunity. Coffee Prince found the opening, got the death march mix-up in, got so much damage, and congratulations to Coffee Prince for taking that. We move on now to the final set of matches here, and it's going to feature a player that I'm sure all of our viewers have been waiting for. It's going to be Machinehead from Smart Omega and AK from Laos Playbook Eagles.
Yep, and right now we look at the head-to-head record here, 3-8 in favor of AK. AK is a household name dito sa Nationals Pro League. He's been such a great player. The last time they met was in play-ins day 4. AK pulling out the Kazumi, but Machinehead using that geese to his favor. At napakalakas talaga ng geese ni Machinehead. Even when AK was coming close, it really felt like Machinehead had his number.
I mean, being a geese specialist, you have that, that advantage. You're familiar with the match. But I have to bring this up, right? AK being the household name that he is, we'll talk about it in a bit. But Machinehead, again, playing so strong. He is the number 1 draft pick, the first draft pick in the Nationals Esports Pro League history. And he has been living up to that hype.
Yep, and now, in order to live up to that hype, he has to fight off against the 2-time champion, the 2-season champion, 3-time conference champion, 2-time season champion, AK from Lost Auto Group Playbook Eagles. And this is gonna be a hard match for AK because, as we said before, he's not having the hottest season ever. here dito sa group stage natin, dun sa play-ins natin. And right now we're seeing the players getting themselves ready and AK getting a swig of his drink, and we all know how strong AK gets once he gets hydrated.
It's funny because I was expecting him to switch over to like energy drinks as soon as he hit legal age, but he stuck to his guns here. Not changing up his ritual, right? And I was about to talk about this earlier. You mentioned AK not having the best season so far. I think this is his worst record among the 3 seasons in the Nationals. And I think this is probably his time to really step up. He really stepped it up in his last match the other day against Coffee Prince. May naramdaman akong nakakaiba. I think we're going to see the AK evolve.
He's coming back. He's coming back. The young god is gonna come and reveal himself to us. And that's what we're probably gonna see. AK right now knows that it's crunch time. And as I said before, ice is in his veins, just like as I praise other players. But with AK, it's much more, how do I describe it? Pronounced, simply because of the record that he has, the prestige that he's gotten. AK is a Nationals household name for a reason. At tingnan natin pa kung magka-comeback talaga yung AK of old.
This is the time. With only 3 days left after today, AK is still stuck there in the bottom group. I mean, Jason wasn't able to get any points, so he's stuck at 17. Don Argus wasn't able to score today either, so he's still stuck at 12. So the 3 of them are still right there, and this is AK's chance to rise up. And he is bringing out the law, ang nakakatakot na color yellow.
At matatakot lahat kahit mga multo at
yeah, Akuma.
And yeah, Akuma right now, a demon right in front of him with Machinehead pulling out the Akuma here. And honestly, this is going to be a really proving match because AK is familiar with Akuma. AK is fully familiar with Akuma. He used it to great success dun sa conference season 1. Or was it at the season finale? I'm not entirely sure myself. My memory is a bit hazy. But as I say that, Machinehead immediately DPs on Wake Up.
Wake Up Dragon Punch. That is so 2D. And again, Machinehead would excel in a certain other 2D game where Akuma is from. But again, we've seen this rise of AK's law here. He's been quite scary with it. Bringing it out now directly against Machinehead in game 1 here. Oh my goodness, the hop kicks!
He whiffs a jab and throws a hop kick. AK, holy moly, man! You better relax.
I mean, it's AK setup. There you go. DF2, if I'm not mistaken, there from AK's law. Pushing to the wall again, getting extra damage, going for the mix-up. Doesn't get anything. Machinehead now fighting out.
Dragon Hammer being used here. AK loses his turn and Machinehead is gonna have to chip away. The spring kick gives him his turn back. Oi! Bawal! As Machinehead immediately gets hit with a flip kick and AK's craziness is coming out.
I mean, AK plays with his heart and his heart is leading him to beautiful places right now. Right now he's leading him to the wall with this law here. Beautiful duck gun for Machinehead, and he's trying to get some damage back, but he drops a combo. Very crucial here.
The inputs once again are pretty hard, especially with Akuma. There's a lot of buttons he has to keep track of. But now AK looking for options here. He actually almost had a combo, but chooses not to do it as he's near the wall, and Machinehead right now is in rage.
Do it again? I thought he was gonna do it again. He just jumped back.
gotta jump back, and there's the back 4 afterwards, and AK gets that with a no round brown. Let's see what Machinehead has in store for the strategies here.
And talagang naghahasik ng game si AK in that 3 straight rounds. Total dominance. It's like simula ng round, he finds a huge launch right away, gets that life lead, and then just falls back into mind games here. I mean, how many flip kicks has AK hit sa game na yan? That's crazy, bro.
It really is, and once again, this is the AK we know. This is like he combines a lot of textbook fundamentals with the craziness that we know him of. The off timing, the sudden changes in rhythm, the basically he's a jazz musician.
Oh yeah.
And you can't fight a jazz musician with just textbook. You have to fight him with you have to dance with him to find his rhythm sooner or later.
Funny that you mentioned that, because I mean, off topic. Speaking of music, I feel like jazz is like the ultimate like level for music, and I think AK has really hit that stride. He's hit that jazzy stride, right? With his offbeats, with his beautiful strings. I mean, yeah, strings. It's in music, but AK has probably approached another level, right? We talked about it last time. He's emerging from his cocoon, and we're seeing that now against Machinehead, getting 3 straight rounds. Laban kay Machinehead, si number 1 draft pick. That's crazy, bro.
That is absolutely crazy. And this is the thing, right? This is we talked about how AK can have his lulls, can have his downtimes, but this is it. This is the proving ground for him to show the people, I haven't left. I was here all along, and now let's get back to business. Because being so close to the bottom is so scary. Being denied playoffs as the 2-time champion, the 2-season champion.
True.
You can't have that.
You
Really have to claw back.
The comments earlier during the first half mentioned that they cannot imagine the playoffs without AK. If I may use a basketball reference, it's like playoffs without LeBron. Off top. But here we go. Game number 2. Machinehead and AK. Lost playbook. Eagles and Smart Omega.
And of course, right here, let's see AK donning yellow, just like LeBron here as he goes up against Machinehead. And immediately those down back threes are piling up, but immediately the sidestep 3+4 might be the way for AK to steal this turn, to steal this round, I mean, and immediately goes for the grab afterwards.
Oh, ang daan is what AK is trying to say, but the dash up in the face for Machinehead here. Oh my goodness, he interrupted the fireball. No fear from AK.
My goodness, that fireball was midway through, and immediately that while standing too, just stopped Machinehead in his tracks. Walang fireball na lalabas sa kamay mo, sir! As AK is gonna have to be at the wall there. Machinehead looking for his karmic retribution here, as AK's at 50% health.
That was so clutch from AK, honestly. And if I can mention in another game, that's exactly how you handle Akuma trying to go low forward into EX Fireball. You interrupt him, so it carried over to Tekken 7, which is awesome.
Absolutely, but right now, Machinehead changing his rhythm immediately, knowing that if he gets sucked into AK's rhythm, it's not gonna look good here. And Machinehead right now looking for the spacing, keeping it a bit more defensive, keeping it a bit more stoic, as AK right now does have a small life lead. The focus attack gets ducked, and AK fully aware of his options here as he's looking for the slide.
Speaking of rhythm changing, AK has also changed his rhythm now, being a bit more careful, adjusting to how Machinehead is playing because he knows hindi siya pwede magiging reckless at this stage of the game. But here comes Machinehead though, unable to get a full conversion of that fireball cancel. Gets a little down 4 there for a little bit of a little chip away at AK's life. Beautiful break there, and my goodness, we're down to 16 seconds.
15 seconds left on the clock, and Machinehead is building up at that meter. There's that dive kick, trying to put the plus frames. There's the Tatsu. The wall is gonna be your neighbor. And let's see the Tatsu afterwards. 3 seconds.
My God,
there's gonna be the steal. Where's the screw? No, he goes for the rage art immediately because it's 1 second away. What's it gonna be? You'll have to backdash. What's it gonna be? The timer scam. AK gets it for himself, stealing that round.
2 straight clutch rounds from AK. My goodness, this man, I mean, he's a bit older now, but this man with so many great decisions. Machinehead though, he says, okay lang yan. You can get that round, but here I come. Huge life lead here from Machinehead. Can he tie things up? AK though, with a combo up against the wall. Mix up City, he gets the wall bounce.
Oh my goodness, AK, are you really gonna steal the timer and steal the round? No, you can't do that. Bawal yan. Ayoko na. This is just getting a little too close for comfort. This is AK and Machinehead keeping themselves as exciting as possible, and a flip kick Are you serious, AK?
AK playing out of his mind right now, and the desperation EXDP from Machinehead. Get off me! What a sidewalk from AK. Can get the rewall, no screw though. Machinehead in trouble. Beautiful punish here. He's gonna get the wall. Can he get the Raging Demon? No! But he gets the down 3 Hadouken to close out the round. What a back and forth we are watching.
And that is how you make a match of the day. That had everything you needed, and that was just game 2, ladies and gentlemen. And look at them, unfazed by it. They know that that's not even their full power. That's not their final form being shown here. And AK, right now, back at the drawing board. This is against Machinehead we're talking about. So he really has to think his choices through.
Wow, I have to give so much kudos to Machinehead for really just playing through all this incredible play that AK is doing. It's like, yeah, sure, you did something really cool, but you know, you made the right decision at that moment. Move on to the next round. And Machinehead, incredible play, tying things up against an AK who I think has risen, who has broken free of his cocoon, but Machinehead is right up there. He's right up there with him, trying to spoil the return of the king. We are tied at 1-1.
And this is the time where we need to see AK at 100% lakas. We need to see him just go at it, because that craziness was coming out, and those were shades of AK of old. Those were the shades of the AK that we knew that just knew when to pull out these crazy maneuvers, when to throw his opponent off rhythm, because they'd be asking, why would you do that? Why would you do that?
But somehow Machinehead was able to calculate all of that in his head, like, okay, this is why AK did it, and next time, like, I won't let you do it again. And AK never really got his crazy stuff in that second game. It was really close. AK made some amazing plays, like top 5 worthy plays, 2 top 5 worthy plays in that losing game. But it's going down to the wire here. We're going to a third game, and the question is, will Machinehead soften AK enough for his next match against Jules?
Well, let's hope he does so for the sake of Jules. But right now, it's an Akuma mirror, and let's see if Machinehead knows how to fight an Akuma mirror. Let's see if maririnig natin yung boses niyang auto-tune as he goes with that Machinehead of his. Because AK right now is pulling out all the stops.
Shoto versus Shoto. Always an interesting match to watch, no matter the game. So here we go. AK's Akuma, Machinehead's Akuma. What a way for this third game to start. And again, this is the 8th match of the day. Beautiful block right there from Machinehead, going to start things off really strong.
Starting off with a pistol squat? Really, AK? That is brave, but that's what you want to do if you want to throw somebody off like that. And AK punishing accordingly against Machinehead. But now we're going to look for another option here. Machinehead does have the life lead. The Hadouken being used out here, throwing it out, those fireballs, and responding with a low forward and Hadouken of his own. And let's see what AK has in store for us, because Machinehead right now has the life lead.
That was a beautiful punish there on the back turn, ending with a Tatsumaki-san to Yaku. No meter yet for both players. Machinehead just built his AK, not too far away though. Here he builds it just in time! And he might be able to take this with 1000 utang. No, he does not! Oh, the EXDP out of nowhere, but AK was too far.
Just by a hair, by a pixel. And AK looking like $1 million off of that read. And right now, minus 18. What's the punish for that? It's going to be a DP instead here for AK, because he doesn't have any 18 launchers, if I remember correctly, and they're hidden underneath meter. But correct me if I'm wrong. But anyways, it's going to have to be a poke fest for now. No meter for both.
Yeah, probably could have gone into that DP FADC, but again, no meter in that situation. AK just going for what he thought was best at the moment here. But here comes Machinehead though, with the oppression, using the meter, getting that nice little bread and butter Akuma combo. AK says, I'm out of there. He loves escaping that corner, beat with the teleport or the wall kicks. But here comes AK, FADC combo, ruined by the wall. Oh! Mamatay ka sa 1,000 utang.
1,000 utang talaga ang mafe-feel nyo once you get hit with that Shun Gokusatsu. And Machinehead is gonna be on the back foot here in Fire and Brimstone. This is not Devil's Pit for people who are asking. And right now, 1 round away is AK. Shakunetsu, good punish here from AK with a pistol squat.
Double do it again, one more. I mean, we remember that AK went for the down fours like 5 or 6 times. One time he goes for it again. AK is in the mind of Machinehead right now, and looking to close the game. No, here comes Machinehead, going to get him back with his own combo up against the wall.
My God, Shades of AK versus Vermilion there. And are we gonna be at the wall here as AK is gonna put him to the wall? Is there gonna be it? No, the side wall, but AK takes it with a no round brown, showing you can't spell Akuma without AK.
Wow, what a game. AK was in the Machinehead. Mukhang napagod si AK kasi kanina pa siya tumatakbo sa isip ni Machinehead.
Oh my goodness, the man living in his Machinehead, taking all the data, hacking that data straight into AK's system, and he just injected it straight to him. And honestly, I can't ask for a better match than that.
Wow, let's look back at that match because it was incredible between these two players. The law of AK just wreaking havoc in this first round. I mean, the AK heart play really taking things to the next level.
And really, honestly, his law was not having a bad time against Machinehead in Dragon's Nest. It just felt like Machinehead had the right guesses. And once again, this is what happens when two players are at a near equal level. There's always gonna have to be a better player, but in the end, it comes down to the right guesses, the right reads, and it's a game of inches. And this play was so beautiful, and it went down the wire for AK versus Machinehead. It was so pixel. The difference was a pixel.
It was, and this one, I think this was following the low kick into EX Fireball here, but Machinehead really keeping a level head that whole match, and the Akuma mirror. Bumigay si Machinehead at a few moments where we saw that EXDP. That's always a sign that you just lose it. And meron pa siyang 1,000 utang with that second round, and AK just so clutch.
So clutch. And he even had the big brain adjustment with that sidewall. He knew it wasn't going to be a full splat, and he went for the down 4 and immediately goes to that. And AK's Omega matches aren't done yet because he's going to have to face off against Machinehead's teammate, Smart Omega's Jules.
Talk about getting brought out of the fire straight into the frying pan, or is it the opposite? But here is the head-to-head stat so far between these two. Jules with the winning record, with 17 to 12 in terms of wins here. And again, a lot of character variety between these two. Last time they met was during the play-ins day 1, and this is where Jules Bob was really impressive.
Yep, honestly, and we talked about it before. I think it's high time to talk about it again. They've swapped places from season 2 and here in season 3. AK was at the top half while Jules was at the bottom half nearing playoffs. Now we're seeing the story of Jules being at the top half while AK is just nearing playoffs rather than having a secure spot. And let's see how AK is going to fare here against Jules, as he did have such a great game of Law and Akuma just literally seconds earlier. And let's see if that momentum is going to build up against somebody as fundamentally strong as Jules.
Right, and I'm curious to see who Jules would pick this time. His Bob, though impressive, didn't really work out in their first meeting. He has brought out a bunch of other characters. He also has some Lulz characters. I'm not sure if he's going to bring that out against an opponent like AK. I think Jules is going to be in business, and I will still ask the same question. Will we see a Jin?
Will we see a Jin indeed? So far, he did say he has benched it, but there are chances to bring that back. there are opportunities to bring it back, and this might be the opportunity that you're asking for. Against somebody like AK, you have to pull out your Sunday's best. Even though it's a Wednesday, you have to pull out your Sunday's best. And aside from that, you have to realize you can't underestimate AK. Never in your wildest dreams should you ever underestimate AK. Once again, when I keep on talking about it, you give a finger, they take an entire arm. With AK, you give a finger, your entire torso comes off.
I mean, AK has definitely improved his record. He's now above that 50% mark after that match. But I'm still waiting for that huge AK push. I think he has a push in him. Looking at him sa webcam niya, sa video, he looked really like game face on. Sure, sa simula, he wanted to make people happy, but now he's being the professional that he is. He wants to finish this out strong. Because again, ngayong Sunday, we're going to lose 2 players, and for sure, no one wants to be at the bottom.
Yep, the moment of truth is near. The moment of truth is coming. And even though this is just day 2 of the group stage, this is technically day 7 of the entire Pro League.
Ooh.
So all those points have already racked up, and whatever litmus tests you've had, whatever experimentation you've had, is gonna have to pay. Is now paying. You're paying the price for those experimental rounds, for those games that you thought you could try this out and see how far it goes. Those little things and those ways that you have to hide your strategies. Now is the time for you to pull out the main strategies. Now is the time you're gonna have to dig deep. The big guns need to come out. Those big rounds that you've been hiding in your backyard, they'll have to come to the front right now.
Yes, so go to the backyard, get a shovel, start digging, right? Pull out that Terminator 2 coffin filled with all the artillery. But I have to commend AK for bringing out the Akuma in the previous match. His Akuma hasn't been that successful so far in the National Season 3. I know he has found success with his Akuma internationally, but I feel like the Nationals is a whole other beast. We've talked about this before, right? In the Nationals, it's not just a weekend tournament. It is a month long. So many matches can be rewatched. Everyone can be studied. It's just a different beast, and I think AK's Akuma is probably showing signs that it's coming into his own here for the National Season 3. Pero tingnan natin, it's hard to tell because competition is so tough dito sa the Nationals.
Yep, and conversely, Jules right now can't have any space. We've said it before, and I'll say it again. He can't have this space for the litmus test. He can't have his for the lulz and for the lulz characters as he answered. He can't. Honestly, he cannot underestimate AK. And honestly, I think he thinks the same. I think Jules thinks the same, that he can't ever. He treats all of his opponents with respect, and I feel like he's gonna treat AK with the utmost respect. The Omega red carpet treatment, or should I say green carpet, considering they're the color green. Yeah, like he's gonna give AK the Omega green carpet treatment here, and pull out the best of the best here. His cleanest shoes, his cleanest pants, his cleanest shirt. You're gonna see a Jules who looks like he's going to church with how clean he can be, and that might be the match of a lifetime here. Dito sa match 9 natin.
We call Vermilion versus AK El Clasico, but I also think that Jules versus AK is one of the most classic matches you'll ever see. These two run into each other in big tournaments, big tournaments on a regular basis, and historically, right, based on my own memory, AK has probably won most of them. Guys in the comment section, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is Jules' time. He is leading in the standings. He has adjusted to this online environment. He's going to be put to the test, and what a test it is to go up against AK. Jules has the chance to retake the lead, probably. No, wait, I think Maru has 30 points. So Jules has the chance to at least go up to 28 because he only has one match today.
He only has one match today, and it's against the finest of the finest in the Philippines. And speaking of the finest in the Philippines, the Nationals has been the best proving ground for all of these players. This has been, I'm being a little sentimental here, but we've seen their growths. We've seen how all of these players have shown that they deserve every single spot in this tournament, in this league that we have. We've seen them evolve from day to day. On a daily basis, we've seen something new come out from every single one of these players. And honestly, you can't ask for a better way for people who are learning Tekken, for people who want to see what high-level Tekken looks like. This is a way, this is good exposure for them. This is good, well, exposure is kind of a strong word here, but a good lesson for a lot of these players. How can you play like a pro? And these players have delivered every single friggin' day. It's amazing.
The dedication, the hard work that they put. I mean, even from season 1, right? All of the pro players have really proven that they deserve their spot. And kung tutuusin, those who got drafted, they had to fight through, not literally, but among 250-ish players to get to the draft pool. So we had, players from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao represent, and it has truly become the Nationals. The best in the country are here, and they're juking it out. Unfortunately, there will be those who will get eliminated. You can have, like, let's say a tournament with 8 of the best players, but there will be 2 players that will go and that will bow out early on because there are only 8 players. So high level matches, it's really down to the final decision, down to the smallest advantage. And there we go, we have both of the players. AK, first smile, I think, siguro, that he's shown today. And Jules, is a dash_dash face is on.
The game face is getting himself ready. Like, his game face is getting ready. The stoic Jules in game is the scariest kind of Jules. When you know he's unfazed by literally everything thrown at him, you know that you have to chip away as soon as possible. You can't just punch. You have to punch harder. You can't just go around him. You have to read when he presses. And let's be honest, defensive characters know when to press.
That's what they've actually really practiced. That's the whole point of playing defense, diba? You block, you make your opponent lose patience, and then they start throwing these unsafe moves. They start whiffing, then you come in, then you can press. You master the frames, you master the mind game. And siguro Jules is one of those players that has really hit top level dito sa Pilipinas. He's absolutely the pinnacle of defense. And we are finally going in. Here we go. Final set of the day. Jules versus AK.
Absolutely. And oh my god! We're seeing something new with the Gun Ryu.
No way.
As right now, it's gonna be Jules with this massive sumo wrestler. Kind of miss it. Remember when Maru and Mouts pulled it out?
Yes,
now
sir.
We're gonna see it from Jules as he's gonna face off against AK. 80% going to Jules actually against AK. Let's see if AK can fight against this adversity and get it for himself. So right now, AK starting off at the down back 3, the Dragon Hammer, and there's the plus frames trying to go for the oppression, but Jules already looking for his options too.
I think Jules heard you when he said he's gonna wear Sunday's best, because he is having Ganryu wear his Sunday's best here with his beautiful suit. AK though chipping away, poking away, playing a bit of defense himself. There's a whip, a rare whip from Jules, and AK was ready to whip punish, and he was ready for that flip. Can he close it out here? Yes, he does.
My goodness, AK just going for these timing guesses. Really well done. Even at hit stun, he tries to hop kick. AK trying to pull out that world star neutral right now, but it's working favorably well for him, and adjusts for the balcony break and goes for the stomp afterwards.
Trying to go for the TF2 once more here. No break there for Jules, and somehow AK is putting on this offensive onslaught versus this almost impenetrable wall. Has he found a crack? Oh my god.
Tingnan natin anong gagawin ni Jules dito as he goes for that sidestep, goes for that DF2, and goes for the optimal combo as AK is gonna be near the wall, but this is Duomo de Serio's bottom floor after all. It's gonna be a little too big, but right now Jules adjusting for the wall.
Ang ganda ng read ni Jules for that opportunity to read. AK would do the wall jump here to get the appropriate punish, and now Jules blocking the slide. Nakuha niya ang third round dito sa game number 1.
And this Ganryu is just gonna have is slowly paying off the while rising one there from AK, trying to fish for that hit confirm. And right now, all those Ganryu fans need to give their Doskoi energy right now. I'm looking at you, Porukun, as it is gonna have to he's gonna have to bear this out against AK's offensive onslaught.
My goodness!
AK tried to guess the dash in again.
That was those were two huge moves whiffed by both players, but both of them came out relatively unscathed. Pero nandito na si Jules up against the wall. AK putting the appropriate pressure. Finally, a break there from Jules, gets out of harm's way. Back to the neutral tayo. Nice little low high there from AK. Trying to find the opening. Oh my goodness, whiff again from both players. And the magic fork, and AK use this momentum to close out game 1. Oh, what?
Oh my god, this dude doing strings! That's punishable. Let's go, AK! 6 seconds left on the clock, and he gets it. That whiff that Jules had, I think that was the frame perfect punish. I think optimal punish yun, pero it just stopped short by a pixel.
Frame imperfect punish from Jules. I respect that he went for the optimal stuff, but even at this high of a level, mistakes can be made. Kinapitalize ni AK yung mali ni Jules. He's able to close out that final round. But Jules, I think his Ganryu was pretty strong. I'm not sure if that was a lulz pick for him, right? Trying to shock AK. Kasi he was expecting AK would go for law. But yeah, probably Jules might go for a more established, a safer pick probably for game 2.
Oh my goodness, dude. And that was... Doc, I can't believe that was such a close match. But then again, we did hear it from Jules himself. The strat for the season is him pulling out more and more and more characters and trying out new strategies. And right now, he has the space to do so. And that Ganryu looked really scary, to be honest. It didn't look like a lulz pick at all.
It could be, but you know Jules, right? Good, strong caliber player like him. Lulz picks look like wow picks. But it worked out for AK, and there you go. Not a lulz pick confirmed here by Jules, sticking with the Ganryu, even going for a random stage. So he's perfectly comfortable with his Ganryu. Konting adjustment lang ang kailangan ni Jules. That's how he feels. And let's see how he applies that.
Let's see indeed, because right now, once again, pulling out the Sunday's best here is his Ganryu into the Temple of Enlightenment. Let's see what the shirtless AK has in store for him, as this law is getting ready to mess up that suit. And the sweat is coming in.
Are we using Shaheen here? Wow, AK with a double slide. Of course, that was probably how things were before Shaheen was a thing. Here comes Jules though, trying to come back, but the DF2 finds its mark, and down we go with the balcony break. I love that little wait there from AK just to get all of this damage and push up against the wall. Nowhere for Jules to run, but he gets a nice little hit there. What's he going to do? Goes low.
Delikado yung launch ni Jules, pero at the same time, he had to make a guess sooner or later because he was at pixel health. And right now, AK looking for the options. And funny you said Shaheen before with the slides. Most of the time, I've noticed most Shaheen players were former law players. Now Jules looks like he's gonna be in a world of hurt as he goes to the wall here.
My goodness, and down we go. AK might be able to close it out. Huge life lead here for him. What does he do? He tries to go for low. Good block there from Jules, but goes low again. 2 straight rounds from AK, working on a no-round round.
Oh my goodness, there it is. Jules with the FPJ ear slap straight into the wall. And are we going to see the slap finisher afterwards? No, instead, he's going to go for Oki. And AK right now going for the parry against those sumo slaps. And Jules looks like he's going to be in a world of hurt if he doesn't interrupt AK entirely.
Oh my goodness, AK with this swagger despite being down in life and almost, could be knocked out. He's still playing so confidently with his movement here. Jules, finally, huli ka. Big block, going to get huge conversions, but AK with the side roll, not going to get the wall here, but he has the wake up, goes for the range drive, and Jules just goes low. Jules looking like FE Jules.
FE Jules indeed. As right now he's looking for the space here. AK looking for his targets and immediately gets a parry again. He knows how to time those parries every single time. And Jules is paying with his health bar, as Jules is now going to be up against the wall here. Look at this adjustment from AK. Good stuff from him looking for the Oki.
Oh my god, do you see how long AK held that mix-up before doing anything? And oh my goodness, a cross-up flip kick from AK. And look at him. He has to be happy with that performance. 2-0 over Jules. Shoutouts to Team 20%.
Overwhelming odds. That's what I'm gonna say. Overwhelming odds in favor of Jules, and AK decided to turn those odds around, and it became the AK show, the AK that we knew, the killer that was within this young man's veins, the killer within his brain is now activating. And as you said, the predictions were right, Doc. You were right. The spirit of the AK of old came back, and he's ready to murder every single competitor.
Yan ang naramdaman ko kanina. Yan ang nakakaibang gameplay from AK. Let's look back at it. That was such an incredible game, not just from AK, but from Jules as well with this Ganryu. But AK somehow able to outshine. This Law is his rebirth into the National Season 3.
And really, the return of this Law looked a little iffy for a lot, but you must realize his win rate on this thing has been the best so far from all his characters, if I remember correctly. And even with Jules trying to throw AK off, AK just found a way to just play the mix-up game, the overwhelming mix-up game that he is known for, the rhythm, the catches, and even the on-point punishes have been so good for AK.
I think Law is honestly the perfect fit for how AK is playing right now. I mean, Law does have the tools for AK to just go all heart, right? And we saw how he, like that little, it was like a double stutter, right? It was like a double shimmy, and getting that rainbow kick there at the end to close out the round in spectacular fashion. AK, he is coming out.
Honestly, like the AK of old is coming out, as you said, and honestly, that last sequence was amazing. It was a masterclass of playing the off time, playing your rhythm, and playing the aggression with fake outs and baits. And honestly, you can't ask for a better last match, because that's right, ladies and gentlemen, that is sadly our last match of the day. But we do have a post show to talk about all these games later on. But for now, we're gonna go on a short break. I have been Ernest Yorofiki Buzon, and here with me is Doc Jimmy. We'll be right back.
AK when we return.
muli tayo nagbabalik dito sa The National Season 3 Tekken Conference Group Stage Day number 2. Napakainit ng bakbakan para sa araw na ito. At kung napapansin nyo, mag-isa lang ako. Huwag kayong mag-alala dahil meron tayong mga kasama na special guest para sa ating post-show. Siyempre, walang iba. Kung hindi, mula lang, kakatapos lang na match mula kay Jules at kay AK, we are gonna have on the interview for today, AK from LPE. LPE AK, kamusta ka naman?
Hello po, okay naman po. Thank you po.
Okay naman. Marang medyo masaya ka ngayong araw na to. Maganda yung mga laban mo para sa matches natin for today. Ako lang ang nandito at makakasama mo para sa interview. At ito na yung mga katanungan ko. Handa ka na ba?
Opo.
Ano kung yung mga sinabi ko sa'yo kanina, hindi yun yung sasabihin ko ngayon? Hindi. Pero ito yung mga katanungan ko. Meron ka bang nararamdaman pang pressure? Kasi alam ko matagal ka nang nagtitekken, simula bata pa lang hanggang ngayon dito sa The Nationals, ito na yung pangatlong season. Meron ka bang nararamdamang pressure? Specifically, syempre, knowing na we usually see you at the top doon sa leaderboards natin. Ngayon, medyo naghahabol ka ng points. May pressure ka bang nararamdaman or parang okay lang, alam mo makukuha mo pa din?
Opo, meron syempre kasi nag-champion po ako ng 2 season. So, parang ang nangyayari po kasi inaasahan na ako ulit yung magcha-champion. So, nakaka-pressure po yun syempre. Pero hindi po kasi ganun yun eh. Hindi ganun kadali. Kasi based naman po sa mga laro na nakikita natin ngayon, lahat ng players naggagalingan, lahat. Kaya yung pressure andyan, hindi ko na lang iniisip, basta lalaruin ko na lang po.
Pero tama, no? Kasi yung expectations talaga ng mga tao, knowing na 2 season ka nag-champion. Pero right now, yung mga naniniwala sa'yo, specifically, ako at kaming mga casters na yung predictions namin, may talent predictions kami, AK. Anong masasabi mo sa kanila, sa mga sumusuporta sa'yo?
Dun po sa talent predictions, sorry po.
Sorry.
Yung mga nasa ilalim, alam ko yung rason mo na nasa ilalim. Sa akin yun. Pero ayun, thank you po sa support na binibigay nyo. Kasi kahit na ang tagal na natin dito, laging naglalaro, sinusuportahan nyo pa rin ako. Maraming salamat po sa support na binibigay nyo.
Ayan guys, narinig nyo na. Basically, ang sinabi ni AK, sorry akin. Yun yung sinabi niya, basically. Eto kung may birthday buff si Jasen, kasi nung birthday ni Jasen, grabe din yung mga matches niya, nakukuha niya. Totoo ba yung AK soft drinks buff? Kung hindi naman totoo yun, sa tingin mo ano yung rason, ba't biglang naramdaman namin yung init mo ngayon sa mga matches na natunghayan natin?
Ang rason po, must be the cola. Yun po talaga. Kasi pag nainom po ko, parang yung pressure na nararamdaman ko, nawawala. Ang nangyayari po sa laro ko, parang, sige, lalaruin ko na lang manalo-matalo, okay na. Kung matalo ka, basta at the end of the day, masaya ako. So, yun yung tinutulong sa akin ng Coke ngayon, ng cola sa akin. Kaya, meron tayong cola buff. Kaya, iwan ko yung salitang, must be the cola.
Must be the cola. Yan ang sabi ni AK dito kung bakit siya nanalo sa matches para sa araw na ito. So, expect namin puro soft drinks na naman ang inumin mo sa mga susunod na matches. And although, tinanong ko sa'yo sa chat actually, kasi sasama ko sana sa pre-show kaya post-show kung hindi ka man namin ma-interview. Pero tinanong kita sa chat kung sino ba yung pinaka-excited kang makalaban. Ngayon na yung time na yun na pwede mong sagutin, finally, dito sa live natin, sa post-show. Sino nga ba pinaka-excited kang makalaban dito sa The National Season 3?
Pinaka-excited po kong makakalaro is si Kunicat.
Mm-hmm. Bakit? Bakit si Kunicat?
Bihira po kasi sa nananalo yung nag-jujutsu pagkalaro niya.
Paano? Patingin nga,
AK. Hindi ko po basta ganun. Kaya gusto ko po sana makita yung jutsu niya. Manalo-matalo, sana gawin niya. Kasi ang cute ng ganun. Kaya, yun po.
Ayos yung jutsu pala, kaya ka-excited. Pero, ito yung isang katanungan pa. Sino naman yung, kunwari, pag nakita mo yung schedule, medyo kinakabahan ka ng kaunti? Siyempre, alam ko kinakabahan ka pa rin kahit paano pagdating sa mga matches. O hindi talaga? Wala talagang kaba? Sino ba?
Hindi ko po alam eh. Basta, minsan po, hindi ko na tinitignan kung sino yung kalaro ko. Basta alam ko yung oras na laro ko. Sinasabihan na lang po. Kasi para hindi na ako ma-pressure. Basta lalaruin ko yung laro ko dun sa araw na yon. And, bahala na.
Bahala na? So, hindi mo iniisip na basically na si Jules makakalaban ko, baka ito yung gamitin niya. O kaya naman, ito yung makakalaban ko, baka ito na naman yung ilabas yung character. Hindi mo na iniisip yun?
Hindi na po kasi mas nakaka-pressure po pag ganun eh. Parang iniisip mo pa yung laro ng ibang tao kaysa sa laro mo mismo. Kaya,
ayos Ganun pala yun, no? Eto, AK, Alam ko na sobrang busy ka ngayon para sa araw na ito.
Apo.
Sobrang busy kang tao. Siyempre, Terence Romeo ng PBA, Hills ng MLBB to si AK. At AK naman para sa Tekken 7. Pero meron ka bang gagawin? Maya-maya lang. Balita ko may gagawin ka daw mamaya.
Opo, may sasalihan po akong international tournament mamaya. And po, supportahan nyo. Yun lang naman po gagawin ko. Actually, kakatapos nga lang po ng class ko ngayon. So, yun. Yun din yung mga gagawin ko. Kasi may class ako kanina and may tournament ulit ako mamaya.
May modules, may the nationals, tapos meron pa ulit sasalihan na tournament. Grabe naman si AK. Parang inspired na inspired. Speaking of inspiration, AK, baka, sino ba? Ano ba ang inspirasyon ng isang AK? Meron bang someone special out there?
Hindi ko siya masabing sino eh. Parang ano?
Ano? Sige, ano yun?
Yung inspiration ko is, alam niyo yung bagong release na Ford? Yung Territory. Kasi, yung mama ko po, di ba, binigyan niya ako ng iPhone. Wala po palang kasamang charger yun. So, naghahanap ako ng wireless charging. Yung Territory daw may wireless charging. So, parang package na. Baka naman. Joke lang. Ano po,
Isipin nyo,
syempre,
guys.
lahat naman kasi nangangarap ng car. So, yun din yung dream car ko. Kaya, yun yung nagiging inspiration ko.
Grabe yun Binigyan ng cellphone, kulang daw ng charger. Yung hiningi sa sakyan. AK, mga kaibigan. Pero AK, good luck sa tournament mo mamaya.
Thank you
And
po.
now, ito na yung time mo para sabihin mo ulit kay mama mo tsaka kay papa mo Batiin mo sila para may dagdag points tayo. Ito na yung bati portion natin. Go for it, AK.
Pero syempre, bago po sila, gusto ko munang magpasalamat sa sponsors ko. Laos Playbook Esports, maraming salamat po kay Kuya Richard, kay Kuya Concan, kay Ate Chris. Sa manager po namin, si Kuya David, and sa ka-team ko na si Kuya Jasen. Tsaka syempre, sa coach ko, si Coach Dojin. Maraming salamat po sa support and shoutouts na rin sa parents kong nanonood, sa kapatid ko, sa mama ko, sa papa ko. And syempre yung lola ko, shoutout sa kanya. Laging sumusupport sa akin. Sa tita ko, kay Atiana, kay Opwa, kay Kuya, kay Elijah, and sa lahat ng viewers. Thank you po sa support na binibigay niyo. Syempre, thank you rin po sa Ate Eliza sa pag-interview.
Nabati pa ako, guys. I feel so, yung territorial, huwag niyo kalimutan po. Ayan, binati ako ni AK, kaya nabor ako. maraming salamat, AK. Good luck ulit sa tournament
Thank
mo
you po.
mamaya. Supportahan ka namin all the way. Alam mo naman kung gaano mo miness up yung predictions. Pero okay lang sa amin yun. Supportahan ka pa rin namin. Maraming salamat, AK. Good luck again, and ingat kayo parati dyan.
Thank you po.
Especially sa family mo. Congratulations again for your win for today. Well, that was AK from LPE. Narinig nyo na mula sa kanya kung ano-ano ba yung aking mga katanungan. Excited daw siya para kay Kunicat. Hindi siya kinakabahan para sa ibang mga players. Pero alam ko may sunod pang kinakabahan, which is yung mga casters natin. Kasi may mga katanungan din ako para sa kanila. Kaya imbitahan na natin sumali dito sa ating post show ang ating mga shoutcasters, yung Rafiki and Doc Jimmy. O ika nga, pag ako ang nagpa-panel host, yung Rafiki tsaka Albulario Jimmy. Welcome to the show. Andito na tayo sa ating panel. Kamusta naman kayo at nagtatago na kayo sa akin? Diba, Dr. Jimmy? Hindi naman. Pero grabe yung mga pangyayari para sa araw na ito, no? It's a day full of so much good matches and so intense para sa mga players natin and also para sa mga viewers natin. Silipin natin actually yung standings natin. Pag-usapan natin yan. Let's look at the standings right now for our players. Maru, now at the top with 30 points. Pumapangalawa na ngayon si Jules with 25 points and Vermilion naman with 24. Kasunod niyan ay si Coffee Prince with 23 and Hapon with 22. Itong top 5 natin, guys. Alam ko, nung nag-cast kayo, bago kayo mag-cast, puro 2-0 yung matches. Tapos nung nag-cast na kayo, naging 2-1 na yung mga score na nakita natin para sa araw na ito. Well. Pero ito tingnan natin muna, bago natin pag-usapan lahat, tingnan natin yung second half ng player standings natin. Silipin natin yan. AK, now with 22 points. Umangat na siya doon sa kanyang points kanina from 17 to 22. Kunicat with 21, Machinehead with 21 points, and Jasen still stuck at 17, same as Don Argus. Now, let's get back to the topic kung ano ba ang pag-uusapan natin. Siyempre, ito, yung mga players natin and how they are doing right now sa ating mga standings. Meron bang specific players dito, Doc Jimmy, na na-surprise ka para sa araw na ito? Na talagang, uy, grabe parang itong araw na to sa kanya talaga.
No, I think that day siguro was yung last yung day 1. Sobrang daming upsets. that happened on that day. Pero ngayon, it was more like may balance na sa force. So I think the players who you would expect dominated. Pero meron ding, and tapos yung mga players who you expect na mag 50-50, like super close fight, were super close fight. So I think order has returned to the national.
Order has returned, but our predictions are still going wrong. So far.
Nature is healing.
Yeah, nature is healing, kumbaga. Pero yung Rafiki, meron ito ha, kasi syempre may mga bagong viewers din tayo dito sa The Nationals na nanonood. And Tekken 7, parang na-surprise sila na, Tekken 7. Para sa mga new viewers natin, o kaya naman sa mga nagsisimula pa lang sa Tekken, how is it essential? Kasi we always say that itong stage na to, yung stage selection natin, we always mention it. Why is it important in a Tekken tournament? Or is it even that important para sa'yo, young Rafiki?
To be honest, it's part of a player's comfort kasi you're more comfortable in this stage, or tingnan sa tingin mo yung matchup is more favorable sa kalaban if there's walls or there's no walls. It's these little things talaga. Like in a pro setting kasi, there's so many things that are basically equal that you have to find a single advantage over the other, and those really matter. And sometimes stage selects do that for you.
Stage selection is definitely essential. Comfort nga para sa mga players natin. Doc Jimmy, meron ka bang gustong idagdag doon, or do you agree totally with Rafiki?
Absolutely, positively, 100% yes. Kasi when it comes to high level play, everything is almost equal. Your execution, yung decision making mo, parang yung defense, neutral game, lahat. It's all the same. It's all a matter of finding that tiny bit of advantage that gives you the edge. Tapos minsan yung pinakamaliit na advantage pushes you to the win. So stages definitely play a big role.
And also the frames, no? Sobrang essential. Lahat talaga. Every bit counts, especially dito sa Tekken 7. Now, guys, it's not the day of Don Argus para sa araw na ito. I know he thrives under pressure, and he lost both of his matches, making him still at 12 points, if I'm not mistaken. And hindi pa rin gumagalaw yung score niya, basically, no? And do you think he's really having a hard time? Why is it such that na parang under pressure, he's really, he makes it. He goes day by day dito sa mga matches natin. Pero hindi ito yung araw na iyon. Bakit sa tingin nyo, nahihirapan si Don Argus kumuha ngayon ng points natin? I'll go ahead and give it to you, young Rafiki, first.
Oh, in all honesty, okay, Don Argus is a high-level player, high-caliber player that has a lot of tournament experience under his belt.
Yeah.
But at the same time, evolution has been catching up to a lot of our players. A lot of them have been picking new things, and they've been throwing everyone off with lots of new things. For example, si Kunicat naging a bit more patient with his offense. So somebody like Jules is picking a lot of other characters na instead of his usual Bob, Claudio at Jin. Guys like those. And Don Argus truthfully has been stuck with Eliza and Heihachi, but he is pulling out new things here, and we're probably going to see him evolve. But for now, this is going to be a teething stage, but he needs to get it as soon as possible kasi 3 days left.
Yep.
3 days left definitely for the players dito sa ating group stage para sa The Nationals. At dalawa na naman ang kailangan nating sabihan ng goodbye para sa ating group stage na to. No? Now, Doc Jimmy, Signal Ultra Warriors, both Vermilion and Kunicat right now, great shape for the players, but let's focus more on, narinig ko kasi kanina habang nagkakaste, from Kunicat to Kunilayon. Kasi grabe yung evolution. What is up with Kunicat, and why do you think he evolved this far dito sa ating tournament today? Or right now, maybe even?
Siguro one of the things that greatly contributes is yung support system niya being part of Signal Ultra Warriors. He's right now being mentored by Nature Lover, who for a long time has been one of the best players in the country. A lot of experience, alam niya yung frames, yung strategies, and everything. Vermilion, a very experienced player. He's known for his offense, pero his defense, I think, is siguro underrated sa mga tao, but his defense is really amazing. So with a great coach and with a mentor who can tell you, hey, you're doing great, pero there are some things that I think you could do better. You can't do that if you're alone. But when you have a good support system, you have a partner, you have a coach, they bring out what could be better in you, and that's what we're seeing ngayon sa Kunicat. Kunicat is now a Kunilayon.
Tama nga si Rafiki, no? Nature is healing. Di ba? Tama nga siya. Pero meron ka ba bang gusto idagdag doon, Rafiki, sa sinabi ni Doc Jimmy about Kunicat's evolution?
Honestly, like he put all the points there. Tsaka yung fact na both players are actually painfully blunt the way they talk about things. If you've noticed, like as he said, Nature Lover is incredibly knowledgeable, and Vermilion himself has to be quoted has said na Kunicat played scrubby before, and now you could see the evolution being used here. Like Kunicat is using all that information to heart at nagiging Kunilayan na siya. Next thing we know, he's gonna be the king of the jungle sooner or later.
May bagong patch na si Kunicat. Na-patch na si Kunicat, gumaling na siya lalo, and kailangan abangan ng ibang mga members, or rather, ibang mga players yan dito sa The Nationals. Hindi to basta-basta na tournament. And speaking of tournament, no, let's see at silipin natin yung magiging schedule natin for the next days that we are gonna have, especially the next one, which is May 27, basically bukas. So ito yung ating match schedule for tomorrow. We have Jules versus Kunicat, Vermilion versus Jules, AK versus Kunicat, Hapon versus Vermilion. Napakainit ng mga matches natin para sa first half. Maru and AK. Meron ba kayong gusto o talagang excited kayong mapanood dito, Doc Jimmy?
Straight off the bat, Jules and Kunicat. He's going up against Jules sa first match. Then later on, he's going up against AK. Yikes! What a day for Kunicat.
What a day, right? What a day for Kunicat indeed. Silipin natin yung pangalawa na page natin for the schedule. No? This is the match schedule for the second segment. We have naman Hapon versus Don Argus, Machinehead versus Maru, Jason versus Coffee Prince, and Machinehead versus Jason. Now, I want to ask you, Rafiki, from all the players na nakita natin from the schedule, basically, mula dun sa first and second page natin, meron ka bang excited naman na makita?
Well, both Jason matches, to be honest. Kasi bias na bias talaga ako kay Jason eh. But aside from that, it's really do or die talaga. And I want to see him rack up points along with Don Argus. Kasi they're really at the bottom, and you want to see their best para makita natin if they can go way upwards and reach the playoffs.
Oras na para gisingin yung mga natutulog na agila dito sa The Nationals, no? And nagising na nga ang isa, which is si AK. Guys, gusto ko tanungin, Doc Jimmy, kailan yung point ng realization mo para sa araw na ito na napaisip ka na, oh my God, si AK, gising na mula doon sa kanyang hibernation? Kailan yung point of realization na yun?
This morning, may naramdaman ako nakakaiba when I woke up. Because I remember yung previous day natin, it was Coffee Prince and AK. AK brought out Law. Coffee Prince had Fakomram. We all know how a lot of the players have difficulty handling parang yung mga strings ni Fakomram. Pero AK looked different. He handled it perfectly. Hindi siya nabiktima sa mga counter hits or anything. I was like, oh, this is it. This is it, boys and girls.
Ginalaw ni AK yung baso, mga kaibigan. How about you, Rafiki? Kailan yung point of realization mo na nagising na, biglang nabuhay ulit?
Honestly, against Smart Omega, basically, like midway through the Machinehead match, nakita ko, every single time he gets the feel right, and that's the AK that I knew when I was younger. That was the AK I knew when I wasn't. Yeah, when I wasn't in
You're still young.
I wasn't in. Oh yes, but when I wasn't here sa Tekken scene, like when I saw him the first time, I was like, whoa, this dude's crazy. And now I'm feeling that vintage AK coming back. Now with a better polish, honestly.
Naramdaman natin yung full energy, kumbaga, na nakita natin mula doon sa kanyang mga matches, no? And that's basically para doon sa ating rundown nung kung ano ba mga naganap para sa araw na ito. Silipin natin, ito yung pinaka nakakakaba para sa ating mga casters at panelists. Dahil it's finally time. Meron na rin mga viewers natin na humuhula kung sino ba ang magiging top predictions para sa ating The Nationals group stage. Silipin natin yung prediction standings, mga kaibigan, ng mga talents. Eto na! Oh, thank you, Lord. Dito pa rin tayo. Nakikita ko pa din. Pero Mika Fabs, still still with 64% in her pocket. Siya ang ating play-in champion dito sa predictions, guys. At pumapangalawa tayo with 56% din. Pero mukhang konti-konti nakakahabol na yung iba. Poch Pies with 56%. Also, Poru with 55. And 54 naman, Doc Jimmy. Konti na lang, Doc Jimmy. Malapit na.
Let's go.
Let's go!
Let's go.
For the second, let's see, the second one. Okay, ito. Si Vil with 54%, Kid with 50%, Raph with 48%. Kailangan niyang humabol kay Vil. Alam natin na parang civil war tong dalawang to. Laika with 46%, and Rafiki, are you still going with your heart on this one?
Practically, yes. I want to believe. I want to believe.
The only explanation, kumbaga, no, I was going with my heart, with what my heart desire, kumbaga, para dito. But now, AK is back after messing up with all the predictions of the casters and the panelists. It's finally back. We can come back stronger, guys. Doc Jimmy and Rafiki, di pa huli ang lahat. May 3 days pa. May 3 days pa. You know, malay natin, swertehin, at malay natin, hindi. Pero top predictions of the day naman. Tignan natin kung ano ang grabe naman si Madam Mika.
Oh my
Ooh,
God.
grabe naman si Madam Mika with her
Really?
predictions. I mean,
Only
si
one
Mika,
wrong?
malapit na natin siya makita sa Quiapo. Manghuhula to, grabe. 89% success rate para kay Mika Fabs. My gosh! Girl, pwede pa-share na lang nung sikreto, no? I-PM mo naman sa amin kung ano yung predictions mo para maghaya natin. Meron ka pang sariling graphics dito sa The National. Pangarap naming lahat yan.
How to be you, Mika.
How to be you. Oh my God. Grabe ito nga. Especially sa production natin. Shoutouts to you guys for making this really, really intense for us. And audience, meron tayong bago. Guys, audience predictions. Silipin naman natin yung ating audience predictions para sa araw na ito. Ito, 67% success rate para sa ating audience predictions. Ito yung predictions na nakikita nyo nagpo-pull up sa inyong mga screen na pwede kayong bumoto pag nag-start yung mga matches natin. Guys, 67% mas mataas sila kay Mika. Tama ba?
Hindi.
No, parang mas mataas pa rin si Mika?
Yeah.
For the day, yes.
For today. Grabe naman yun, Madam Mika. Ito yung goal natin lahat, guys, para sa mga viewers din natin. Talunin
Mika.
po. Oo, talunin po ang success rate ni Mika Fabs. Yun po ang ating gustong gawin. Pero right now, guys, nakita natin yung predictions. Meron ba kayong masasabi kung paano kayo makakahabol, Doc Jimmy?
Continue believing. Yan lang. Hashtag beat Mika.
O kaya kopyahin natin si Mika, basically. No? Yun yung gagawin natin. Rafiki, ikaw, susundin mo pa rin ba ang iyong puso? O talagang all-in na?
Of course.
Puso
I want to
muna.
believe. Puso. Hashtag puso, guys.
Sabi nga nila, dream believe. Di ba? Lahat na. Kayo na lang tumapos. Kayo na lang tumuloy. Survive, kumbaga. Survival of the fittest para sa ating talent prediction. Silipin natin ang comment of the day naman para sa ating mga viewers. Siyempre, binabasa natin lagi yung comments ng ating mga viewers. At itong comment na ito mula kay Joseph Jericho Psycho, LPE AK versus SMO Jules is definitely the one to watch. The reigning champion versus the most dominant this season will be a sight to see. Nakita natin yung match kanina ni AK at ni Jules, no? Ito, matagal nang nagkakatapat yung dalawa. And proving them wrong, AK is still, AK is still at the top, kumbaga, para sa dalawang players na ito. Kayo ba ay nag-agree o gusto nyo akong i-disagree? Doc Jimmy.
Wow, that's hard. Pero, historically, I think lamang si AK against Jules. Because he's won more tournaments ata than Jules.
Oh, he has more tournaments than Jules. Rafiki, how about you?
Honestly, I can't disagree with it simply because of the fact na this is the playground of AK talaga yung the national season. And right now here in season 3, he's showing na it's still his playground. And I want to see more from AK and hopefully he gets to deliver more.
Whew, we are gonna see more definitely, especially bukas, guys, dahil matindi na naman ang araw natin. Bukas, mainit-init na matches na naman ang matutunghayan natin, especially with our Filipino casters, Tagalog casters right here. Kudos sa inyong lahat. I am very, very proud of you guys, yung Rafiki and Doc Jimmy, and also kay Kid tsaka kay Poch kanina, na sinubukan sabihin yung nakakapagpabagabag. No? Pero kaya niya yan. Darating din ang araw na matatapos niya yan. Pero that's basically it para sa ating post-show, mga kaibigan. Maraming salamat ulit, Rafiki and Doc Jimmy, sa pagsama sa akin dito. Sana hindi na kayo matakot sa susunod. My name is Eliza Taylor at ako ang naging panel host nyo. Huwag niyong kalimutan na i-follow sa Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram ang The Nationals, which is PH Nationals. I-search nyo lang po yan. And syempre, tune in to The Nationals on TV as well. Catch the replays of the matches on One Sports and One Sports Plus via Signal TV the day after at 4 p.m. That's it para sa ating post show. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumuporta at maraming salamat sa lahat ng nanood. Magkikita-kita muli tayo dito sa The Nationals bukas, kaya abangan nyo yan. Good night and see you tomorrow.